Hugo. Yeah, we're going to build a website with Hugo today. It most certainly is a throwback. Hugo, it's a framework written in Go for building static websites. It's pretty cool. I want to build a gallery theme because I got some photos I want to host. How's it going, everyone? Hugo plus HTMX. I think Hugo uses just pure JavaScript. Hugo's really cool. If you ever want to build a static website, I recommend it, unless you want to learn. Blazingly fast, of course. It's written in Go. The world's fastest framework has to be blazingly at that, with that description. How's it going, Calvin? The world's fastest language. Zola? What is Zola? How's it going, Shreyas? Zola weddings? There we go, get Zola. No dependencies. This one is blazingly fast. Hey, the EPRDev. Why not Astro? These are all great questions. Web framework for content-driven websites. JavaScript, though. Does look pretty good. What's the portfolio themes? Is it more awesome than Hugo though? Because Hugo's pretty awesome. Let's have a look at the portfolio themes. Hey, Sandbox OP. Welcome. Harish, what's with the CrowdStrike thing? It's just a massive F-up, isn't it, really? I honestly don't know how you roll that out, how that slips through the cracks. Last thing I read, it was a null pointer dereference due to a corrupted file loading virus definitions. Yeah. There you go. That's pretty bad. Bento Light portfolio. This is pretty cool. All right, chat. So what do you reckon I should use? We've got three options. We've got Hugo, Zola, and Astro. If it was up to me, I'd use Hugo. Astro? Time to rewrite it in Rust? Yeah, just rewrite the entire CrowdStrike in Rust. Astro? Everyone loves Astro? Alright, I'll give it a go. I mean, they got some nice templates. I like the bento ones. I wonder if it's easier to add. Eduardo Tusa, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. Thank you so much. Dave Ops, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, I will leave this one recorded. Astro is just a HTML with inspiration from JSX and Svelte. It's a bit like Hugo then, really, right? Do they have an e-commerce plugin, Shreyas? Because I'm hoping to sell my photos at one point. Or at least have the option to sell them, right? Dave Ops, you streaming on Twitch? Or just YouTube? E-commerce plugin, Astro. I think that's the most important thing. Because I was looking at Squarespace and it was expensive. Like I told Dev, I made you jealous with the home lab video. I still need to finish migrating over. I just got to get my web services fully migrated. Go plus HTMX, I could do, but I want to kind of make it a bit easier on myself rather than building the whole portfolio from scratch. Just use a template that's already out there. Not that hard to integrate Stripe? No, I guess not. Oh, that's cool, DevOps. I don't speak Spanish though, so I may struggle to understand that. Do I sell any course? I am building a course, but it takes a long time. I could put more time into it, but then I'd put less time into YouTube videos. So I am building a course, but yeah, it's taken a while. Again, I need to hire somebody. PHP WordPress plus WooCommerce? I mean, I could do, couldn't I? E-commerce site for Astro? I mean, maybe there is an e-commerce. I mean, at that point, is it just worth using Shopify though, right? Do an Adobe Flash. Flash was awesome back in the day. I used to write Flash video games. They were kind of fun. Yeah, Shopify isn't a bad idea. Let's have a look. Apparently, Astro e-commerce is a thing, though. Hey, a fuzzy bear. Yeah, I was going to go with Hugo, but chat are convincing me to go with Astro instead. But I want to go with something... I think Zola. Zola looks cool, but I don't know about Zola. Let's see, is there a Hugo digital product plugin? Hugo does have e-commerce. Roll my own framework? That's the Rust way, isn't it? Rewrite it all in Rust. The Fuzzy Bear's also convincing me to use Astro. Alright, we'll go with Astro then. It's JavaScript, right? There's gotta be a plugin for it. Let's get started. The create Astro CLI command is the fastest way to get started. All right, sweet. npm create. Wait, okay, I do have npm. Chat peer pressure always wins. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Where should we create your new project? Kind of still core Astro. I'm like the furniture that's been moved to the far left corner of the shed. Let's call it as portfolio. Include sample files. It's recommended. Do I plan to write TypeScript? No, I don't. Wait, what? I don't like TypeScript. No TypeScript? Nah, I don't like it. I think, for me, it's the whole gradual typing I'm not a fan of. I know, it is blasphemous. This is where everyone says skill issue. I mean, I get it, right? TypeScript in theory is better. Yeah, I think JSDoc is probably better. I don't really agree with DHH that much on things, but I definitely do when it comes to TypeScript. For some reason, I don't like it. What was that says to do? Run npm. Okay. I guess we're good. npm dev. I mean, that's true. No transpile step if you use bun, but still. To be fair, the first time I tried TypeScript was in 2016 and I hated it. O in the terminal to open the browser. It's not working. Hey, Ima, how you doing? O and enter. Hey, it worked. Nice. Thanks, Elaka. It's not gotten any better? Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, it was pretty awful in 2016, TypeScript. And don't get me wrong, I like strong typing, but I think TypeScript isn't strong typing. Welcome to... Am I going to flashbang? No. Yeah, it is type linting. I mean, it's gradual typing, right? It's not strong typing. It's gradual typing. It's a bit like Hungarian notation. Does it really matter? I mean, it's a great question. For me, I think it does, because I think you can circumvent TypeScript, which means it's kind of useless. Duck typing? I don't know if it's duck typing. Duck typing is like inferred typing, if that makes sense. Whereas gradual typing is, yes, in between static and dynamic, I guess. TypeScript. Hack as well. Yeah. It's kind of, I guess, interesting. Jump in a well is not a real argument. I mean, you can say I'm being pedantic. It's just my opinion on it. I don't like it that much. I'll use it, but I don't love TypeScript. I prefer to just use JavaScript sometimes. Most of the time. What's Hugo? Hugo is what we were going to use. It's the world's fastest framework for building websites, but chat wanted me to go to Astro. They don't want me to use the fastest website. They want me to use the slowest one. Sorry, chat, I'm bullying you today. What about HTMX? I think HTMX is kind of a different purpose. What's the plan? Pre-made theme, or are we doing web dev? We are not doing web dev because I don't have that long today to do web dev. I've got to finish up my video for tomorrow. So today we're going to use a theme because I'm going to be lazy. We're going to pinch a theme. Hugo's not as featured. JavaScript is the world's fastest language. Super fast. It's what CrowdStrike use, right? Maybe Hugo is a good idea. There should be a theme here, right? Vardin. There's so many. Vardin static site. Love all my rootkits written in JavaScript. What else would you write it in? Well, I mean, wait, does Microsoft own part of CrowdStrike? I don't know why everyone's blaming Microsoft for this. Global Microsoft. I guess because it is affecting Windows, but it feels a bit unfair to blame it on Microsoft. Yeah. Everyone keeps blaming it on them, though. I was going to say if it was Microsoft, though, they would have written it in TypeScript. You want to see Hugo as well? All right. Let's give it Hugo as well. We've got an Astro project, so I can pick up Astro at any time. But I brought everyone in on the idea that it's going to be Hugo, so I should kind of stick to that. Make a poll. Shreyas, how do I do that? How do I do that across two different audience bases? Because you're both equal at the moment. There's 55 on each. Imagine dying and the last thing you see is a Windows blue screen. I think that's how I'll go. That's going to be the last thing I see. Microsoft is protecting you from using the computer. Man, CrowdStrike is really bad. It's such a bad... Yeah, it's bad. Cybersecurity companies, they're kind of... I don't know, I'm really surprised that CrowdStrike did that, but I know cybersecurity companies are kind of lax when it comes to engineering at times. So like, it's not out of the realms of possibility that a cybersecurity company would push out a fix to every machine that caused them all a brick. Like, that doesn't seem unrealistic in my expectation, having worked in cybersecurity. But at the same time, yeah, not even a canary rollout. They should do. I don't know. Again, Trish, like, the cybersecurity industry is weird. They don't always follow best engineering practices. I have a very limited scope on that, so I don't know what CrowdStrike is, but from the companies I've seen, they're much more... but CrowdStrike's a big public company, so I have to assume that they're not acting in that way. I've worked with smaller companies, so I assume it's going to be very different. QA and testing, yeah, definitely for like... CrowdStrike is one of the worst? Or like worst for engineering practices? I mean, I could believe it. But let's try it with Hugo. Because, you know, I'm a Go guy. I like Go. There's no type Go, there's just Go. Install Hugo. Let's install it on Linux. Actually, I probably should do it. See, this is going to be a bit of an issue because I just did a flake update. Let's do Nix shell. All right, we got Hugo. Just usability. Also, the main problem was one of the modules was corrupted. Yeah, I think it was the virus definitions or one of the resource files, right? But like that's common. Like that's just input validation. That shouldn't BSOD your entire machine. Still can't use cargo with Nix. What was your path armor? Sorry. If you did like echo path. Ooh, horrible, isn't it? That's NixOS. It's on Discord. I'll take a look at this after. Hugo new. Create new content for your site. How do we generate a new site though? It's been a hot minute since I used Hugo. Install Hugo, install Git. We got both of them. Hugo new site, quick start. Install a theme, or yeah, we'll install one. Let's take a look at Hugo. Yeah, let you get some Tailwind themes. That's nice. Oh yeah, Control L. You're right. Control L. Wait, that didn't work. Oh yeah, Control L. There you go. That does work. Control L. It works, Ima. We got it. Look, echo foo. Control L. Doesn't work in Bash though, because I haven't got that set up. I have to do alias. Control L. There you go. Which window manager am I using? Mario, I'm using Hyperland. It's pretty nice. I got a really nice new background, which is like purple bokeh. Gabrielle Almir, is Hugo kind of like Jekyll? Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like Jekyll. It's pretty cool though. You mainly use Markdown to drive it, so it's very content driven by your Markdown. Yeah, much better and much faster. Portfolio. I think gallery we want though. Portfolio is a bit more. Hugo gallery. That looks pretty good. Well, this one does have a nice little slash though. Bootstrap. What about gallery deluxe? Where am I planning on hosting it? I'm going to host it at my own home lab. Initially. Galleries deluxe. We'll go with this. Install a theme from Hugo Themes Hugo. Then edit the toml, create new content, start the embedded web server. Pretty easy. Not exposing the public IP, basically with Cloudflare. So yeah, Cloudflare proxy, and use it as a CDN as well. Considering it's a static website, may as well. It's not like much is going to change. So even if my web page goes, or even if my home internet goes down, you've still got the cached version on Cloudflare. Normally what I do is I expose just Cloudflare. Yeah, tunnels are pretty good as well. I think they cost though. Pages solution. Let's have a look. Normally I just like allow Cloudflare to hit my home network, and that's it. Block every other IP. Cloudflare pages. Cloudflare pages. Jamstack. Pretty cool. Why not GitHub pages? I mean, I could use GitHub pages. Unlimited bandwidth, that's pretty good. 500 builds a month. Yeah, not bad. Unlimited bandwidth for photos, which would be good. Yeah, it is an awful lot, really. That's like 10 a day. More than 10 a day. Udemy to deploy it to Cloudflare / GitHub pages with Terraform? No, thank you. No, thank you. I reject that dare. All right, let's download this theme. And by download, they mean to... By default, you need Dart SAS installed. Oh, that sounds less fun to use this theme. Do AWS S3 plus CloudFront? I mean, there's just so many options. So many options. See the demo at Netlify? This is the demo. So this is nice because you get to kind of... I mean, it's not the best though, is it? Host it on a Samsung smart fridge. You were considering a internship with Terraform? I reckon do it, yeah. Nothing wrong with Terraform at all. I think Terraform's pretty awesome. Yeah, they don't have view transitions. It's kind of just blur. Maybe I won't go for this theme. Maybe it is going to be WordPress then. I mean, it says deluxe, but it's not the most deluxe. What is this one? Can I recommend a Windows Enterprise machine for hosting it? You got one going? Couple of spares lying around. This is a bit nicer, this gallery. And they have a nice transition. Yeah, I like that. It would be nice to have like a little description next to it, but I can always add that in. They have a download though. I don't think I like the download. Guess I could always watermark it. Long time no see, the local dev. Have you been? Is that a real photo? This is pretty cool. I like this theme. Requires Hugo extended. Dependencies are bundled, so no Node.js, NPM, and post CSS is needed. That's pretty good. Requires the Go binary installed. Hugo mod init. Add the theme to your hugo.toml. What would happen if a Windows server shows BSOD? Nothing good. If you've got your Exchange server on there, that's not going to be great. BMC for remote management, so it's an easy fix on the servers. The remote workers are actually a bigger issue. There you go. Is the only way to fix it to manually reboot each computer? If so, IT is going to have a nightmare. I think it's more than a manual reboot, right? Yeah, I don't know much about Windows either. Page bundles which contain at least one image are listed as album or gallery. I'm going to just shrink this down a bit. Front matter, title. Okay, you can have a description as well. That's nice. Social icons. I need to get an Instagram up. Reboot into secure mode. Okay, yeah, that seems more like what I'd read. Dock Insta. It might just be a little more. Let me see if I can get Lightroom actually. Can you open up Lightroom on a online? Sign in. I think you can. That's pretty cool. "20 stories a day." Instagram's all about reels now, isn't it? That's the only problem. Wait, am I signing into the wrong account? Nope, I got my Lightroom. That's cool. So these are some of the photos I took yesterday. Trying to find the edited ones though. Edits, here we go. Edits to the important one. This one's one of my favorite ones I took yesterday. It's like a cool art basketball court near me. See you later, Shreyas. What else did I like yesterday? This one as well was fun. I've got some really nice pictures of like the moon lander as well, which I'm going to try to edit. But it's such a nice keyboard. Keyboards are really cool to take photos of. All right, let's get rid of this Astro stuff. Hugo new content. Hugo server build drafts. Hey Lake, how you doing? Hugo does use Markdown, yeah. Yeah, someone said Astro already, but I decided to go with Hugo instead. You know me, I'm a Go stan. Fail to load modules. GitHub. Either add it as a Hugo module or store it in. Do I have to add it as a module? Hugo mod in it, okay. Wait, there's a GitHub. What is this? Oh, it's just a slash. You could write a portfolio in WebAssembly using Zig. Can't be that hard. Ah, probably easy, right? Warning, all match node packages. What? What? Looks fine to me. Ad break in progress for those who don't know. So I'm going to just not do too much whilst people are sitting through that ad. Sailor Bob, have I ever used HTMX before? Any thoughts? I like getting out of the JS hell script off front end, but it feels a little odd. Yeah, I've used HTMX before. It's pretty cool if you want to do an MPA and you don't want to worry too much about JavaScript and just do make things a little easier. My only problem with HTMX is it's designed around the idea of HTML instead of JSON, right? Which is fine. Like if you're just going to have a website, HTML instead of JSON actually makes a lot of sense. But if you're ever going to support a mobile app, and they say in hypermedia systems you can create mobile apps using HTMX, but in all honesty, that sounds kind of miserable to me. Naveen, you know me because of the video why you should consider learning Elixir. Nice, man. Mobile app could just parse the HTML. It could, yeah. I feel like having done mobile, HTML on mobile isn't the best, in my opinion. Yeah, for small things, I feel like a mobile app isn't going to happen, so it's a fair trade-off. Feels like it makes sense for an admin panel over a gRPC service. Yeah, I think so. I think like if you've got something that's just web only, it makes a lot of sense. As soon as you want to support either a client-side application or a native mobile app, I think HTMX falls apart. Hey, my photo portfolio. But like as for HTMX itself, it's pretty fun to use. I recommend building something with it and giving it a go. I think if you don't need huge amounts of interactivity, it works really well. But if you're building something like a chat app, I know I've seen some YouTubers do some pretty impressive things with it. But personally, I'd probably just build a JavaScript front end. If you needed that level of interactivity, rather than kind of bending a tool to make that happen, it's probably better to just use the right tool in the first place. Go for sizes right now? Yeah, and I think that makes sense. Like me, I kind of have deferred to using Go as my default language for most things. So if I can use Go with something, I will use it. And I think different people, that's different. What's my favorite language at the moment? I think I'm really enjoying Go. Mainly because it allows me to get a lot of things that I care about done. So I can automate a lot of tasks in my home. I can speed up my video production, all just by using Go. I was trying to do that quite a lot with Rust last year, and I feel like I was dealing with Rust more than I was dealing with getting the work done. And I think Rust is great when you're dealing with systems that need more safety. But like for my own stuff, because I don't do coding as a job anymore, I do content creation as a job, then Go makes a lot more sense to me. Move to Gleam when? I really like Gleam, Elixir, Erlang. Fantastic. If Kubernetes didn't exist, I'd be using them more. But Kubernetes does exist, and Beam, whilst Beam is pretty awesome, it uses a lot of memory. And so I like in most situations, you're not going to be running a bunch of Beam servers. So in that case, I just don't find it fits into my workflow that well. That being said, like, you can build some really cool stuff with Gleam. Many people compare Go and Python due to the ease of learning. Does it make sense to learn Go if you already master Python? I think so. I think they have two very different niches. So like Python is great if you want to spin up scripts, or if you want to work with data, or you just want to have a scripting language that you can get in with. But I think building larger products in Python is a bit of a pain. And that's where Go can really come in. I think Go has simplicity, but it's very much inspired by C. And because of that, if you like C, then you will like Go as well. All right, so this said to create new content, you use Hugo new content section name file name dot format. Let's actually read this theme though. Usage. Front matter, yep. Social icons, customization. I guess that's just it, right? Example site. They got content, index. I think we should already have that, right? And we don't have the index. Amnoth, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. So that's a 2 for 1. Thank you so much. And I got a drink. Ligma should be on telling me to drink, but Jan, my stream thing is a little bit wrong. We're actually building a personal portfolio today. Let me go and change that. Sweet. How do you approach a problem/application that nobody has built or encountered before? That's a great question. Have I tried writing my own Kubernetes operator? I have. That was a lot of fun. I really like Kubernetes operators. Yeah, they're pretty easy to write. You just, I mean, the basic one. But I went to KubeCon in 2022 and they had like an operator writing course or operator writing session, and I wrote one then, and then I wrote one afterwards. It was fun. Shreyas, again, on YouTube, how do you approach a problem/application that nobody has built before or encountered before? That's a great question. I think, like with all problems, you have to break it down into smaller sub-problems, into smaller units that you can then tackle and solve each one. So really you have to outline a path of how you get from A to B, and you solve each of those smaller problems. Which front-end framework are you using for the portfolio? I'm using Hugo, which is kind of a Go static site generator, I guess. It's a framework for building static websites. If you break it down, then somebody probably had that small problem already. Correct. Yeah. And if you solve enough small problems, you can solve a larger problem. Static site builder. Yeah, but not like Squarespace or anything like that. A little bit more content driven with Markdown. It was kind of the OG, and I think Astro and other websites kind of build on top of that. So this is the front matter for the index page. Let's go and add that in. I think we can do the Hugo content, right? Hugo, new content, section name / file name. Index. Is that correct? It's got to be an underscore, right? I am not on macOS today. I am on Hyperland. Hey, Oshtub. As hard as data structures and algorithms can be, that's kind of the point. It's just a bunch of small problems and the right answers to solve them. That is correct, Sailor Bob. Where they use pluses for front matter? I don't like that. Hyper D's lands. Title, Hugo Gallery. We're going to call this. Let's call them Dreams Photos, actually. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Chris 10. Besides breaking down, not getting intimidated and just moving forward is the key. It needs more discipline than motivation, I think. That is actually such a good point. A lot of developers will, well, not a lot actually. Let me scratch that. It's a really good point because a lot of people that I've interviewed at times sometimes just give up on a problem before even trying to break it down. And the act of trying is what helps you to solve the problem. So sometimes you have to just start tackling it and then you will slowly figure it out as you go through each step. But yeah, looking at the whole problem can be overwhelming. Discipline to keep on pushing. Yeah, discipline to keep on pushing is a great one. There is already a famous YouTuber by the name Dream. Yeah, but not Dreams. Ain't Dreams photos, it's Dreams photos. Dreams' photos, I guess. Dreams'. Ooh. Dreams D's what? What's the portfolio for? Oshtub. It is for my photography. Some of the photos I took yesterday. Just to host them. Thanks. Thanks. I'm getting back into photography after not doing it for a few years. Thanks to YouTube. They got menus, sub-galleries, featured image, last mod. but no date. In the description. Yeah, it is nice wallpaper. What camera do I have? So for YouTube, I use the FX3. And actually, this is what I'm streaming on at the moment, the FX3. But the camera that I have is the A7C2. I can actually go get it. This is my camera, the A7C2. Just a nice full frame camera. And it's like compact as well, which makes it a little easier. What's the theme's name? It is Hugo Gallery. That is the theme's name. How did I get into photography? I think just being like a classic emo kid back in 2006, you get into photography, maybe 2003, 2004. But I did photography back at college, which like college in the UK is high school, I guess, for uni. Why Hugo? Because I'm a Go fan. What HTMX theme am I using to get the cool tabs? I'm using Tokyo Night. Yeah, I did like photography as an A-level. So I always really liked it. I was going to do photography at university, but I decided to do Comp C instead. It's actually how I got into software development, was through photography. Hey Boopy. Manual photography, as in like film photography with like SLRs. Man, I liked doing film at college, but you have to go in these pitch black rooms and get your film onto the spools that you could then camera process basically. Nah, digital all variables manual. Gotcha. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, me too. Setting your aperture and your ISO and your shutter speed. Yeah, film is really cool. Like, I really like film. It's just, it's expensive. That's the only problem. And when I was a student, I couldn't afford it. But you had to do film in my course. And then being in those pitch black rooms, trying to like weave a spool of film onto whatever the containers were so that you could pour solution on. That was always really difficult. I don't know how people do that, but you had to do it. And then you get to go in the dark room, which is kind of cool. Yeah. K-Root, your videos really... K-Root, your videos really inspired me. I can't talk today. I think I'm going to start a tech YouTube channel soon, even though they probably won't be as good as yours. That's awesome, man. Give it a go. And they probably will be. It's all about practice. Like, my earlier videos kind of sucked. I love the f1.2 50mm nifty 50, where you can focus attention on the viewer. Yeah, I like a good nifty 50. Crystal? Crystal's a cool language. I had a lot of hopes for Crystal, but it didn't turn out the way I really hoped for it. But I'm glad you did discover that lake. Even those, I wouldn't call those my early videos. Like, I did videos back in 2017, so like, I've made videos for a while, and they were pretty bad. Made them on different platforms. Celluloid as a format is really making a comeback. That's cool. f.995. And you can see the cyber glow of any text on the screen. Different platforms, huh? Yeah, like I didn't make YouTube videos. I made videos for like another course website. What camera and lens are you using for your stream right now? I'm using the FX3 because it has heat dissipation. That's what I use for most of my videos. This is like my B cam, but I'll use the FX3 pretty much for all the videos that I record. The lens I'm using at the moment for streaming is the G Master 2 24mm f1.4. And I think it's at 1.4. Let me check. Yeah, 1.4 at the moment. And I have a I don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of soft because I have a, what's it called? True Black, not True Black, Tiffin Black True Mist. There you go. What is Hugo? Hugo is a static web page, kind of content-driven static web page framework for building websites, made in Go. Are you looking for a CMS or trying to make the portfolio as small as possible? Just trying to make the portfolio as small as possible. Going to host it on my own home lab and then use Cloudflare to proxy it, basically. So just something to host my photos initially, and I'll probably use Instagram as well. But as I get more into, because when I was working, YouTube was my hobby. Now that YouTube is my job, it's no longer my hobby. So I need another hobby, and hobbies help inspire you. Yeah, going on the new K3 setup, definitely. Let's actually check K top nodes. Oh yeah, that's because I've don't know if I'm going to be able to get it off of here. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, not available. Your hobbits? Habits. Hobbits? Habits? Hobbies? Jandy doing YouTube full-time now? Yeah, I'm doing content creation full-time. I do it like with other things as well. So, I have a few services I run for money. I do mentoring, and I do YouTube. Have I heard of Quartz? I've not heard of Quartz, Keiru. For CMS, I always choose Directors nowadays. Yeah, it's for JavaScript, but it's headless and self-hostable. Plus, it works with any SQL database and adds REST and GraphQL endpoints for you. That's pretty cool. Can't remember the var/rancher, is it? var/rancher. I'm on the Glove 80 today, and I don't like. Etsy Rancher. Okay, not var. And K3 is .yaml. All right, let me go edit this. Failed to verify certificate. Certificate signed by an unknown authority. That's interesting, isn't it? We change this to HTTP, maybe. Wonder what's going on there. Alright, I won't figure this out today. It's going to be something to do with certs. The Cube Life, yeah. I don't know what's going on with this. TLS. What multiplexer do I use? I use HTMX. My guess is I haven't got the CA certs on here. Kind of weird. What are my thoughts on Zelige? Zelige is cool. I think it's like a very beginner API server certificate signed for different hostname. Is that really the case though? Because on my other box, it seems to be working fine. Actually, that's a good question. Let's see if I can hit it on that box. Yeah, so I don't understand. Oh wait, I do understand. I'm still using the wrong config. So actually it was very close to that. I had just cloned it into the YAML. And I'm not using the YAML, it's the config. There we go. So yeah, this is the nodes at the moment. So we got some CPU going on. That's because like there is stuff happening. Why do Go people love YAML? It's a good question. I guess why do Rust people love TOML? Nick's curse. Yeah, I basically was using the wrong thing. If I ls, you see I had config.yaml, but kubectl doesn't use that. Tom is a genius. Isn't he a bad dude? Didn't he do like some really shady stuff? Not that that matters. Has nothing to do with TOML. Like, I think TOML is pretty good for the most part. I don't like how it handles arrays. I think that was done incorrectly. Zeoxide? Zeoxide's awesome. Pixel, oh, you're doing Hugo best SSG in your opinion? I would probably agree, but only because it's written in Go. Kind of weird. TOML is nice to look at. It is nice to look at. What made me choose Hugo? Paranoia? Mainly because I'm just such a Go fanboy. I think that's probably it. So I don't know why this is complaining. Portfolio, content, index. There we go. Static site equals sec. Is that like security? I think Hugo is better SSG than Astro if your content is local. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way of looking at it. Restart Hugo, yep. Yep. In fact, for Node, I always use Astro because it's miles better than whatever Next.js is. Yeah. That's the thing about Next, right? I think Next really caters to the idea that full stack is entirely JavaScript or TypeScript or whatever. And I don't mind Next if you want to build something dynamic pretty quickly, but I really don't like building backends in JavaScript or TypeScript. Source changed. I mean, interesting, isn't it? Dreams of codes. Dreams of code. My grammar is never that good. Backends in JS or TS is ick? Yeah. Svelte kit. Svelte kit is pretty nice. Nuxt, I really don't like Nuxt. Backends in JS. Also, are you going to use task file or make file for your builds? Task file or make file for my builds? As in like building the Hugo server? I think you can just use Hugo. I mean, I could make a make file for it. I can't remember the command to actually build. Is it just Hugo deploy? That's deploying to a cloud provider. Yeah, and deploys Hugo server to build. Or serve. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't really like dealing with JSX. I much prefer having the JS and HTML template fairly separate in the file like Svelte does. Yeah, that was what always brought me onto Vue, the idea that you would separate it, kind of. JSX, I never really got on with JSX, but a lot of people swore by it that I kind of trust their opinion on, so I've given it a go. It's not terrible. It's just a bunch of ternaries everywhere. Alright, what's this guy got? So he's got his nice featured album, then other featured. Never used Vue, but heard good things. My company uses it on the front end for everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's just Hugo if you want to build static files. We're going to put a Docker file around it anyway, because that's the only way I can deploy it on my home lab. And as we saw, we got plenty of memory. Look at that. Less than 20%. There's that guy that made JSX but with Lua instead. Horrible. Container file. I'm still a Docker fan. Hey, Epic Ninja Elephant. Vue.js is handlebars but better? No? No, I don't think so. I think it's very different. Handlebars is like a templating thing, right? Vue is basically React, but done with a different philosophy. So not using JSX, more keeping it original too. But you have like your own attributes and directives and stuff still. So it's, I think Svelte is the closest to web technologies, but still it's not really. One thing I like about JS frameworks, though, is that I really like more a component-based approach than templating like handlebars. Phoenix is amazing on this. Aren't all JS frameworks just templating things? Kind of. But it's not like templating, I would say. I still say it's rather different. They're using virtual DOMs and stuff. They're not kind of generating a larger... Yeah, I would argue it is slightly different. Oh, /s. Okay, fine. I missed that. Hugo for build, Hugo server for prod, settings, Hugo server -d for drafts. Had to go look at my own Hugo portfolio. Oh, nice. Wolfric. Maybe you should drop me a link for that. I'd like to see it. Does anyone use Jekyll anymore? I have no idea, Pixel. I used it once upon a time. It was kind of cool. I don't know, man. I don't see the attractiveness of writing HTML. So Svelte isn't for you. But I mean, you have to write HTML. Like, there's no way you can get around that. Even JSX is HTML, really. Just with class name instead of class, which I really hate. I understand why it's there, but I hate it. Yeah, Jekyll is fine. All right, let's create a featured album then. On this example site. So I guess featured -album is the featured album. They have an about page as well. Imprint. And then they have their images, which are being stored. Where are they being stored? These... I guess he's just not storing them in Git. Or static/images. No. Those are the thumbnails. The images resource with feature in its name, or the first image found, is used as the thumbnail image for album lists. Albums without an image are not shown. These are like the thumbnails though, right? Thank you, Wolfric. I won't open that on stream, but I will look at it on another window. Oh, nice. That's a clean portfolio. That's awesome, man. I'm going to pinch some inspiration from that. But to use Jekyll, you have to use Ruby. I don't hate Ruby. I don't like Ruby on Rails, but I actually don't hate Ruby as a language. Yeah, it's very, very simple and nice. Hugo gang. Okay, I want to know how he's doing images on this. Private albums. Justified lightbox with photo swipe. SEO with open graph tags. Dependencies and bundled. Hugo extend. But can you use Go inside of Hugo? Not really. I mean, I think you must be able to. You can use like Go templating. But typically, you don't add to it, I don't think. Let me check. I mean, there's no Go code in this. Yeah, you can write plugins for it. But like the actual site itself, you wouldn't write Go for it. Let me have a look. Hugo plugins. Add-ons, developer tools, editor plugins, front end, community projects, SFTP, Jamstack themes. So I think, yeah, you can do plugins. But most of it is done with Go templating. Where's he got his examples? That's what I want to know. Content. Pull images.sh. Okay, I guess he's just downloading them. wget, okay, directory into at, and then he's just adding them here. So I guess they just go wherever, and then you add them in. Easy. And that's it, just a list of images. You got the featured image and then the rest of them. So let's do a nice featured image. Not F10. Of all the Fs. Featured album, index. Featured true. Pretty easy. What's the date today? Well, yesterday, I guess. 19th. Do not show in list, only as feature. This is a featured album. It is private, so it will only be shown on the homepage. A collection of some of my favorite photos. We'll call them favorite photos. Sunday the 21st here in India. Wow. What happens in the future? Any lottery tickets I should buy? Giatan 2.0 happened. How can I make money off that? Is there a way I can place a bet? Need a featured image. Which one should we choose? This one? I do like that photo a lot. How do I download on Lightroom? Download. JPEG small. I don't know if you remember, but I ordered the Dactyl Maniform Ergo keyboard. Yeah, I do remember. Rise on the 20th of next month. Nice, man. I'm looking forward to hearing how that goes, DevKit. Yeah, I remember. Actually, give me 2 secs. I got a keyboard that I need to review. I've got one that I am going to review, but I got a new one coming, which I'm going to start. Let me show it. This is the next one. This is the Adam 42, I think I mentioned, or ADM 42. I call it the Adam 42. But this is like, look at this tiny keyboard. It is so cool. Let's plug it in and so you can see it lit up. But yeah, this one arrived this week, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, the Batwing. It looks so much like the Batwing logo. Yeah. Like a chocolate bar. It's really cool though. It's you can see it has hardly any keys, but the layout of the keys are so well designed in my opinion. It's very cool. There's a couple of changes I want to make to it just so it fits in with where I'm normally typing. But I'm looking forward to doing a review on this one and using it for a bit. Once I make those changes. Yeah, exactly, DevKit. Really good for RSI. I've got like a bone spur on my thumb as well, so like having one of these keyboards has been great. Yeah, healing from preventing RSIs, you're right. But it's a cool keyboard. I'm really excited to use that one more. Otherwise, I've been using the Keychron V10 Max. Look, this is... I don't know if I could recommend the glove 80. Like, mine's like falling apart. Like I probably can't even see that, but like one of the little feet pads just came off. I really wanted to love the glove, but it's not happened. Okay, we got this downloaded. What was it called? DSC 00071. Love your soffle? What is the soffle? Soffle? Keychron are really good. Right, let me open this up in another window. I love your sofa. This is pretty cool. Yeah, that is my only criticism about it not being split, but I think a lot of people don't love split keyboards. Yeah, I prefer split. I think as long as your wrists are kind of angled okay. Managed to get my dad into mech keyboards with a Keychron. Nice job, Sailor Bob. Their build quality is amazing. I don't know how they get such a good build quality for their price, but yeah, that's what I say in this review video. I'm looking forward to doing this video because I've put it off for a while, mainly because I use split keyboards. Hi, why most experienced we use NVim instead of popular IDEs like VS Code and so? That's a great question. i3AR, Bimo, Zit. So Vim has motions. So, okay, why do I use Vim? I use Vim because I mainly live in the terminal. That's my IDE. So I use Vim because it's an editor that works in the terminal, but it also has great key bindings or motions. So it allows you, what is a SWE? SWE is software engineer. Wow, hang on, let me scroll up. I don't know if you know, but Etsy has a huge ergo keyboard market for pretty cheap prices. I do not know that. I actually might do some video on that because I get asked about ergo keyboards quite a lot. I'm going to do some research. Yeah, I mean, look, Prismic just asked, right? Prismic. Non-expensive split keyboards. Are there split keyboards in other language formats? I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to go away from ergos either, Boopy. So Dank, I'm thinking of getting a split key as I notice my shoulders are starting to get a bit strained. Any recommendations with great price performance? I would recommend the Moonlander, but I'm worried my Moonlander is broken after like a year of having it. Like the TRS jack is a bit finicky, so I don't know if I can recommend it if that's actually the case. Looking to solder your own split in the next few months? That's pretty awesome. I haven't soldered for many years. You can get some cool USB soldering irons now. I need a good resource to learn how to work with middlewares, more specifically nested middlewares in net/http go 1.22. Did you watch my video, Intellexence, on using advanced routing in Go using 1.22? Net/http. Thumbnail is net/http supreme. Have I tried the Kinesis? I have not, Razzo. The Voyager. That's what I was using. Right now I'm using the glove today. Yeah, that should have with some... I do talk about middleware chaining. I don't know if that covers the glove. Yeah, glove 80. This one. Need another dock or something? ZSA Voyager? Yeah. Yeah, I've got that actually on my recording, not recording, but my Linux PC that I use for, I guess it is recording, for screen capture. Have I tried the corn? I've not tried the corn. I want to try the corn, but I think like I've reached my budget this year of spending money on keyboards. Use low profile switches? Yeah, they do. It's okay. My biggest complaint of the glove is the build quality I don't think is great. I know people have complained about it feeling cheap. I don't think it feels cheap, but the pads at the bottom keep falling off. I don't like how many keys it has. I don't really like the well that much. I think it makes it really difficult to do like combo keys. Yeah, the pads. They do give you spare ones, so like that's fine, I guess. But I mean, I've had this a few months and it's falling apart. That's not really great. But then my Moonlander might be broken, so that's not great either. How am I planning to do deployment part? Probably just Dockerfile and then host it on my own home lab. How can I ask doubt related to my PR to you any Discord channel you have? I do have a Discord. The only problem is I don't know how you can find it on YouTube. Yeah, Lake's got it on. But let me copy and paste this onto YouTube as well. Hang on, I gotta change my keyboard over. There you go. That should be an invite on YouTube. Docker is awesome. It works on all OS. Kind of. Doesn't really work on all OSs. Yeah, I got my own home lab. I did a video on my second channel. If you're interested in it. I'm actually really happy with that video. Let's have a look. This one. Yeah, you know Stussy Lake? It's a good video. I like that one. It took me 2 weeks to do though. It took me ages. Hey, that photo is up and running. I probably need the higher quality one. Yeah, so it does work, but it uses a VM in order to make it work. So Docker requires a Linux kernel for like Linux container images. It requires a Linux kernel. So the way that they get that on Mac and Windows is by running it inside of a VM. For Linux, it's basically native because it just uses containerization. Yeah, Boga's got it correct. Any movement on my Go course? Very slow movement. I didn't realize how difficult creating a course is, but it's a lot of work. So it's going to take some while. It's going to take a while. Uses WSL, but WSL is a VM, isn't it? It's like a very integrated VM. Have I experimented with Zig? I have not spent any time with Zig. At the moment, I'm like, any experimenting with it would just be learning. Speaking on the finance part, which one is the most expensive, going with cloud or your own server? I think that's like with anything, right? Renting versus owning. So upfront cost of owning is always going to be more expensive. Long-term cost of owning is always going to be cheaper. And you can sell things to make money back, right? So It's the investment versus... Now, the cloud does have redundancy, and it also has... It's going to be on 24/7. You're never going to have that at home. Like, I have battery backup. I have battery backups. I have like whole home backups. But if the power goes out in my neighborhood, then the internet goes out. So I'd have to have like Starlink as well in order to have true redundancy, which I could do. That could actually work. I just don't want to pay for Starlink because at that point, it's not cheaper than the cloud. I could get a really low... Why was Wayland introduced into Ubuntu? I mean, Wayland's the future, right? WSL on Windows is like wine on Linux. Just built on top of Hyper-V. Yeah, I mean, that's... I think that's virtualization still. It's not like a VM in the case. It is still... But it is still virtualized. Super Redstone. Hi, I love your videos and your voice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wayland solves a lot of problems with X11. It does. Hyper-V is just an integrated hypervisor. Yeah. I mean, I think it's quicker than like running it on VirtualBox or whatever, obviously. Is Wayland fine on NVIDIA now? I think it's mixed. Paranoia, thank you so much for the gift. Paranoia, thank you so much for the gifted sub. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I got a drink. Yeah, I think you're right, Sailor Bob. Do y'all's Linux boxes get dirty after a while? What do you mean by that? Are you just talking about the feeling of like just wiping your machine every so often? Because I love doing that. It feels really nice to just clean everything, even if it's Mac, Windows, Linux. Don't know if I call that dirty though. VirtualBox just emulates register access, which is why it's so damn slow. Yeah. This looks blurry. I think we need to download the bigger one. Let's get the original. One of these is like capitals and the other is not. macOS would be dying right now. Yeah, exactly. That's what NixOS is like. That's what I really like about NixOS. You can't really get it dirty. And if you do, you just go through and fix it in your configuration because it's pretty easy to do so. Like, okay, let's have a look. Keep saying like. Whenever I call my mum, she gets really mad about it. Like. I think it's an American thing. Yeah, I mean, this is getting pretty dirty. I mean, I've got Erlang in here. I've got Rebar 3. Do we need that? I'm not using Erlang or Rebar. I'm not using Gleam at the moment. Let's get rid of this. So you get to clean this up, you know, visually, which is kind of nice, rather than having to go through your package manager and look for all your installed applications. Install feel broken, dirty after a while. Yeah, I get that. Organized per category or alphabetical. You don't like my ad hoc organization? What's the way to sort this? Is it just to highlight it and then use... Sort. There you go. That better? I don't know how Arch of a healthy person looks like, but my Arch is a tentacle monster that has 8 eyes. Yeah, that's usually what mine looks like. I would really like to try Nix, but I don't like the idea of not being one of the cool Arch guys anymore. Is it still cool to use Arch? Didn't know that one. Biff sack. Right, let me show that again. Okay, so everything's like out of order here. Okay, so the quickest way I could do this is press V, I, and then we'll do the... Wait, that didn't work. Okay. VI, and then this. So this selects kind of everything inside of the square braces. And then you would do colon to get the command up, and then just do exclamation mark sort, which calls the sort function or sort method in Unix. And then it just sorts it alphabetically for you. Where is the superpowered tree sitter text object selection? I don't know. I'm not that great at Vim, NeoVim. I'm more of a Vim user than a NeoVim user. I just use NeoVim because it's now better than Vim. Do not need these. Vim already has one. It does? Let's try it just with sort then. Hey, there you go. Don't even need to call the Unix sort. Today I learned as well. So yeah, don't ever... Whenever it comes to Vim, there's like a golden rule. Don't do things manually. There's always a way to do things better. 9GS. What does it do? Doesn't seem to do anything. 9GS. Nothing happening. Alright, did this work? Why is it so blurry? Do I have to rebuild? Where's my dot files? If you do the dots command, it should link you to them. Thanks, Lake. By the way, who watched the Home Lab video? Anybody? Actually, who either watched the Home Lab video or the kind of TDD one? No condescension? I don't like to condescend people. I'll condescend myself before anyone else. You watched? What did you think of the kind of more cinematic shots that I'm doing? So like less animations, more videography. How does it compare to the animations, I guess? Give me your critical feedback. Awesome, thank you, Sailor Bob. How many years I've been coding for? I started writing code in 2007, so 17 years. Awesome. Thanks, Auntie. Yeah, I really like the animations as well. It's just... it's hard work, I think, if that makes sense. Like, it's difficult to be that creative, and my problem is I really want to scale my operation, and it's not easy to get somebody to do animations for you. So I have to do those animations myself, which doesn't really scale my operations. The HTMX theme, Julian, is Tokyo Night. To the person in Twitch chat, do not use Kali Linux for home use. Yeah, don't. I mean, Kali Linux is fun. I used to use it back in when it was back something Linux. What was it? Man, my memory is scary getting older. Discovered me by my video and I've been a huge fan since then. Thanks. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Bogo. I appreciate that. It's hard striking a balance between being entertaining and being deep enough that it's documentation. I will always recommend people refer to actual documentation instead of me, but like if I can inspire people to learn something and then go and look at documentation and then, you know, research things further, that's going to be great. Your Fom, what's your opinion about NixOS? Is it for home use or server is also okay? Yes, server is amazing. Definitely. Server is great. Don't get old, can't recommend. Ah, I know. A toaster crumb. It sucks getting old. Backtrack. That's it, Jesse. Backtrack. I was thinking back scratch in my head, but I was like, that ain't right. Back scratch Linux? Definitely ain't back scratch. Is it some kind of Docker replacement? You could replace Docker with it. I think a lot of people on my Discord say you can. And I think I agree. Personally, I think they serve two different purposes. Because I think if you're using NixOS, then you have specific VMs that you have to configure in such a way. If you use Docker, there's just differences, I think. Like, and I can see very different reasons for them. If you need like low-level networking on the actual machine itself, like you need to do IP tables, you need to have certain tools, then I think NixOS makes a lot of sense. But if you're just running software services or applications that you've built, then I think Docker makes more sense. Watch the friendly video, yeah. Am I daily driving NixOS? I pretty much am on my laptops, yeah. At least Nix. Even my Mac now, I use Nix. I'm going to do a video on Nix Darwin because Nix has made the Mac more of a software development machine for me. And considering I'm traveling a bit more, having one machine makes sense. And because I do video editing, it's got to be the Mac. Although I am going to try and install NixOS on the Mac using UTM and see how that goes as well. Build environments for a lot of different projects fits better in Docker. Yeah, absolutely, Sailor Bob. I agree. I think they're both very useful, and I think they can be both very niche depending on what you want to do. And there's one way you can lean for using Nix for deployment, and there's one way you can lean towards using Docker for a deployment. Hey, Lazewatch. Just saw you have a Twitch extension. What's the experience developing that? Twitch extension? I think that may have been back from when I was doing Twitch in 2017, actually. I don't think I have it anymore. I felt really hurt when you used JS instead of Python for Reddit scraping. I mean, unfortunately that video was sponsored, and sponsored videos, you kind of have to work with the product that you're using, so it ended up being JavaScript. I don't think... Do Bright Data support Python? Maybe they do, actually. Maybe that's complete wrong. Do you know what? Bright Data do support Python, so that was completely a me decision. So I take that back. Nothing to do with Bright Data. They do support Python. There you go. Sorry that I hurt you, Siesto. Okay, so we got a nice photo up. I don't know why that's still so blurry though. Okay, so he's got a featured album. How does he just show images on this though? That's what I'm confused about. Nah, I was joking. You were? I'm terrible at picking up jokes. So they get the featured images, but where's the actual image? So here they have, well, here he has resources, source. Let's try that. Am I neurotypical? I don't think so. Not at all. Nah, it's not that rude. Not at all. I rewatched your functional programming video and really liked it. Which one was that, INT? You sure it was me? Which video did I do on functional programming? Can JPEG images be the cause of blurriness? They could be. It could be because it's not being rendered at 2x, but I don't know what the reason for this is. I'm going to just try and see if this is going to work. What is going on here? Oh, never write another loop again? Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of about functional programming. That was more, I guess it was. You kind of got that message. Yeah, that one was about how functional, how languages that don't have loops handle loops. I'm glad you enjoyed that, because a lot of people didn't enjoy that video. That is like my most liked and most disliked video, I think, on my channel, which is kind of crazy. Mapping values are not allowed in this context. Can I see the, might be a blur hash? We all know that WebP is the way to go. Yeah, WebP might be the way to go. What am I doing? Hang on, let me reset my hands on this. I'm struggling with the glove. Okay. Bash open. Yeah, it's using Bash because we've just installed Hugo using Nix shell. Okay. This is blurry. I don't know why it's blurry. I also don't know why it's not adding in the gallery. But when I click here, this is fine. WebP is the way to go. I will use WebP. I'm just confused how he's getting his images to show up in the album. Featured album. True, do not show in list, only as feature. That's what I'm confused about. He's got a script to download somewhere, so I'm trying to figure out what that is. Pull images.sh. So he's downloading on the featured. No clobber. Content/featured album. Just downloading them, I guess. No resources. Kind of interesting. Let's just see if I download another one. Whether that shows up. Don't know if this is the one. Image cache, could be image cache. Let's download this one. Oh, it's not got the edits. Let's download that. Hey Bastian, how you doing? You think a hard reset would be the right way to do it? I mean, this one doesn't have any of my edits anyway, so it's the wrong one. This is the edited one. Doing good. What's going on here? So we're building a portfolio website using, you cannot be 730 megabyte files over a website. No, I know. It's definitely too large. We're not going to serve 13 megabyte ones over. Should probably get the smaller ones. What's my plan to achieve with the portfolio? Sebastian, sorry, we're building a portfolio just for some of the photos I've been doing, just so that I can have them hosted. What's my plan to achieve? Initially, just to have them up. I don't know what I want to do. It's still just a hobby for me, photography. But it's just a way to display them for other people to view. I've got some ideas where I want to go with photography, like maybe selling wallpaper packs or something, and we'll see. Or just doing local photography for people. But in the meantime, that's like long-term dream, right? Initially just want to do stuff with them and get them up. Get them able for people to see. Main README shows file tree structures with images. Yeah, I'll take a look. Dreams of photography. Dreams of photo. Let's get the smaller images because you are right. 13 megs is quite a lot to add onto an image. That's less than 1 meg. That's kind of better. Dreams of cooking when? I could do that. I'm not the best cook though. I kind of just make... I kind of like cook as I did back in uni, which is just to survive, but not really to thrive. How have you been anyway, Bastian? Favorite photos? 0 photos. That's what I don't understand. Let's read the docs. Looks like they do download images into the content-featured-album. Making a recipe Hugo site. Oh wait, do these go in images maybe? Images, that's kind of weird. Contains featured images / tree.jpg. Is it images? I mean, this doesn't look like it is. It just looks like it's in the album. Let's try it with just another album then. There is some issues. Images don't show up on albums. My index file was not properly named. "49 minutes ago, that's weird. Huh. Is that it? Needs to be index? Okay, needs to be probably not index.md, but index.md. There we go. That was the issue. Alator, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support me and my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it an awful lot. And I got a drink. Yeah, so that was just a skill issue. I needed to rename my index file to be index. So there we go. Have I taken this picture? Yeah, I took them yesterday. Bastion. I decided to spend the afternoon away from the computer and went and took some photos. This one, which is really nice. It's a cool, like, art installation. It's just a basketball court. I might go take some photos tonight as well. Yeah, it's very, very cool. I really like this photo a lot. The only criticism I have is I wasn't standing direct center. You'll see like this thing, this line here is not straight, so that means I'm not in the center. So if I ever go back, I'll retake that, but still. Sometimes there's beauty in imperfection. Yeah. That's the only thing I'm annoyed about. Everything else is like perfect on it. I just should have stood to the right a little bit more, but that happens. Okay, what else we got? This one I like. How do I remove the taskbar from terminal? RG, I'm not sure what you mean there. Close to a god ray almost, yeah. Nice lens flare. Again, I didn't have my camera set to RAW, so this could be slightly better if I did have it set to RAW, but it's still pretty good. Love imperfections in photos and items, yeah. I agree, Sir Dank. It's the imperfections that make them sometimes. Can't remember which of these two I liked. This one. Then tonight I got to do my thumbnail, but I'm not going to do it on stream this time. Even though that was really fun. But I got to do another thumbnail for the video coming out tomorrow, because I'm back on a 1 a week schedule. I mean, I could do it on stream, but it was kind of chaotic last time. It was so effective, no time wasted. I mean, we came up with some really good good designs though, so it wasn't bad at all. I think it's the problem with it is it's so subjective, kind of chaotic. It was definitely chaotic. It was really fun though. But yeah, like obviously thumbnails and stuff are very, very subjective. But I'm really glad where we ended up. This one's about the caps lock key, so it's going to be even more interesting. I'm going to use a poop emoji, I think. Wait, what? Yeah, it's about caps lock. The title is Turning the Worst Keyboard Key into Something Useful. And it's like 5 minutes of me hating caps lock. Yeah, I'm going to use the poop emoji. Let's have a look. SQL devs are fuming. Yeah, this one. I think we'll use this poop emoji. It's like a good video from a cinematic point of view, to be fair. I spent a lot of time doing cinematic. The one right above. This one. I keep pressing caps lock on normal keyboards now. Yeah, same here. That's why I use... Well, I'll show you in the video. I turn it into something a lot more useful. I'm sure you use a similar use. This is a good one as well. That is actually very Dreams of Code. I love putting the sweats on things. Oh, I really like that. I could do that as the icon for the actual key itself. Where did they get these? These look so low quality. Are they like AI generated? Nah, they're from someone. Voyage doesn't have caps lock? Yeah, nice. Don't even use it for when I type SQL. I mean, you can type SQL lowercase. I actually prefer lowercase for SQL. Now that you mention it, I built my own keyboard and it doesn't highlight when it's pressed or not. Yep, that's one of the criticisms I call out in it. It does look a bit like Margin Boo. You are absolutely right. Don't play anime, I'll get demonetized. Margin Boo. Fat Boo. Can't call him Fat Boo anymore. Big Boo, you gotta call him. What was there? Big Boo, Child Boo, or was it Teenage Boo? This one. Law states SQL must be written in uppercase only. I'm breaking the law every day. He's not fat, he's full screened. Big Boy Boo. Yeah, Big Boy Boo. Innocent Boo. That's what they've now called him. Innocent Boo, huh? I mean, that was kind of a bit of a fake out. They made him seem like he was bad, but then he became good, and then somebody shot his dog, right? Kid Boo, yeah. Somebody shot Big Boy Boo's. Was that This one. It's cursed, isn't it? Boo is basically John. Oh my god, he is! 90. That you are 100% correct. Boo is basically John Wick. Yeah, I'm going to do like the caps lock key, but instead of it being caps lock, it's going to be called craps lock. And then I'm going to do a poo emoji next to it. That's what I'm thinking for this thumbnail. Talked about the dog. Yeah, my mind blown. My mind is absolutely blown. John Wick just ripped off Boo. There's surely a sticker in that or something. That's such a great comparison. Craps lock. I'm glad you like it. Wait, which of these is which? Which one is this? How do I know the file name? 99. Okay, this is the bookstore. This is bookstore.jpg. Oh, I should put it in images. Does anyone use Lightroom or any photo kind of mass photo editing apps? There we go. I guess I can do resources and then put like little descriptions with them. But I mean, this is pretty nice. I'm not upset with that. Then I just got to add Docker to it. And then I can self-host it and we're good. Let's add the Docker file. And then I might call it a day there because I'm going to go take some more photos later. Hey, Hugo just have a Docker file reference already. 1.21 though, let's do 1.22. Easy. Hugo help, that's kind of a weird one. Self-hosting I would, by no domain on my name. What do you mean by that, Sam Can't Code? You would, but no domain on my name. As in you don't have a domain for your name? I actually do have a domain for my name. I hope I still have it, actually. I don't know when the last time I paid for that was. You don't have a domain net? Yep. Wait, what the? Your name is open though, so lucky, you guess. You have two domains, a .tech and a .dev. That's pretty cool. I wonder if I can get one for like photo. Wait, am I going to dox myself? Dox my name? It's pretty easy to find out, to be fair. You just have to go on GitHub. Jan Rodriguez, am I still using MV-Chat? I am not, I'm afraid. I'm not. I'm using a custom Zen Vim. Zen Vim. My stream lagged. What did you say? I was just going to look to see if I had a better TLD for photos. I'm not actually going to get Elliot.com or whatever. Obviously that's taken, but I want to see what TLDs they have. Media, technology, sports and hobbies. Sports and hobbies. Quest, Elliot.quest. Man, somebody got that already. Elliot.horse is available. Elliot.sh. Elliot.solar. Ah, when I do my solar punk channel, I can do Elliot.solar. That'd be cool. Is dreams.solar there? I could do dreams of solar. Elliot.bin. Dreams.solar is there. There you go. I'm going to start a solar punk channel and do dreams.solar. To be fair, the best solar punk channel I know is Undecided with Matt. Matt something. I can't remember his full name. Just Undecided with Matt. Dreams of .code. I do have dreams of .codes, but it's not dreams of .code. I don't know if I actually still have it. I did have it. Whoa, what? I had that, I thought. Maybe it elapsed. Oh, that makes me feel real bad about it. I thought I bought it. And now it's worth so much money. Just put .config into it. Just a reminder, be careful with the site used to check if a domain is available. Some companies purchase it and then ask for more money. Yeah, they do sometimes. Namecheap is pretty good. Namecheap is good, so is Pork Bun. I like Pork Bun. They've sponsored me in the past as well. Yeah, it is not cheap. I mean, this one's even more expensive. If I ever do like a protection racket, Dreams of Protection. I really want to see if there's like a photography one. Dreams of Cam? That feels wrong. Dreams of Film? That's pretty cool. Dreams of Photo? Dreams of Photography, there you go. Won't there be any domain for free by any chance? There aren't really any free domains out there, unfortunately. There are some real cheap ones, like XYZ is pretty cheap. Dreams of Productions, nice. Dreams of Rocks, I don't get that. If I ever start a rock YouTube channel. Geology one. Cloudflare is good, yeah, but it doesn't have all the TLDs, unfortunately, and I don't think you can transfer them out. Not a big fan of Cloud Namecheap. Are all photography TLDs? What terminal do you use? I want to make my terminal like the same. Do you have any videos for that? I actually do, yeah. I use Alacrity with TMUX, but if you want to use the same kind of Z shell configuration, go on to Dreams of Autonomy, which arguably is such a good channel. I don't know why, but people love this channel, so I'm really glad about it. But this one, this Z shell config is perhaps my favorite one yet. Man, my color correction is not good on that. It's good on that one though. Take a look at this video. It's got my Z shell configuration. WesTerm, WesTerm, WesTerm. WesTerm's meant to be good. The stove video? Yeah, the stove video is good. Yeah, they're all good. This channel, I love this channel so much. There isn't that much home lab video stuff, so I feel like DOA is a great channel. Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, it's interesting, right? Because obviously I used to write code every day. Now I do like less coding, but I do more Linux and actual computer stuff. So this channel, I have so many ideas for, but still, I don't want to like have sponsors on this channel, so I do less on it because otherwise I will have to bring sponsors onto it. So I do more, still do more Dreams of Code stuff, but I just love the content and I love everything about this channel. I probably should have not split them, but at the same time, I don't think everybody who likes coding loves Linux, and I don't think everybody who loves Linux loves coding. GPG, I've kind of got one already on Dreams of Code. I would definitely do one on GPG because I think it's awesome. I've got Password Store, which I guess is similar. Let's have a look. That's so weird. The Password Store one's pretty good. This one. These two I really stepped up my animation game for. Can't imagine I would use Linux without being a programmer. Yeah, it's really good for software development. It is really good for software development. It's good for privacy. But yeah, and home labs. But when it comes to content creation and stuff, it's... macOS is better for it, unfortunately. Passkey. You wouldn't use NVim if you didn't code? I think NVim is good as a text editor, but yeah, I probably wouldn't use it for like writing out a video script. Edit on macOS? Like edit videos or edit code? Or edit photos? I mean, yeah, content creation is really good on macOS. Where do I work, Ruda? I am self-employed, basically. Content creation is my full-time job. Well, it's what pays the bills, I guess. DaVinci plus Affinity. I mean, DaVinci is available for Linux. I use DaVinci on Linux. I use it on Mac now, but I used to use it on Linux. When I started my YouTube channel, I was using DaVinci on Linux. Dreams of Doc Creations. That's pretty good. Chat pays my bills. Chat helps pay my bills, definitely. Handshake domain? It's a blockchain domain, unfortunately. Doesn't work on yeah, right now I am on Linux. This is Linux. Let's do fast fetch, actually. Dreams of Onion. I'm going to prove it. Wait, I can just actually prove it using uname. There you go. Ta-da! About as easy as it gets. That's so you know that it's... And I can do where is or which uname, so you know that I'm not faking it. You don't have NeoFetch? Not installed. Who has NeoFetch installed, you know? It's bloat. No, there won't be an outage like Windows and Linux. You like your bloat? I like a bit of bloat every now and then, to be fair. Use Nix, you have to have it installed all the time. I mean, to be fair, Nix shell is probably the Nix shell p fast fetch is probably one of my most common commands. So you've got me there, to be fair. That's a touche. To show of that, you're using Arch. Yeah. Nix is the new Arch, by the way. It is. Yeah, we got to go for something harder, right? Arch was hard, and then they started adding scripts to make it easy. So now we've got to use Nix. Nix run, Nix packages, fast fetch. Bastion. You're about to save me some time. Yeah, Arch is pretty easy. Arch is like more and more stable as well than it used to be. Bastion, you've just saved me time. Where did that slipper go? Tried Nix years ago, never got used to it. I actually tried Geeks before I tried Nix. Because I went through like a real purist stage of like GNU only, which Geeks is pretty good for. But then it was just impossible to have the setup that I wanted. It's good if you've got like a single drive computer. Is Arch faster, by the way? I mean, all Linux are fast, but I've seen Arch being faster. I guess faster at what? Sam can't code? Pop! OS by System76? Yeah, Pop! OS is nice. That's a good beginner distro. I mean, more than a beginner. But like, if you're a beginner, I would recommend using Pop! OS. NVIDIA 560 is going to be open source. I have not seen that, no. Let's have a look. That's pretty cool. Gonna find an old PC and use Nix on it? You should definitely do so. I recommend. I mean, you could do it on a VM as well. Only the kernel module? Yeah, only the kernel module. I mean, that's still pretty great though. The thing is, this might actually kill AMD's GPUs for Linux users. Because, don't get me wrong, I appreciate what AMD has done with its Linux support, but the GPUs just aren't that great compared to NVIDIA. VM doesn't give the vibe of using Linux. I mean, I guess it doesn't, but it's good to start off with. But like, I use AMD. What's the best resource to get started with Nix? Vimjoy is pretty good, but I think it's difficult using Nix. There's a few things on there. There's Nix Pills, which is pretty good. I will do a video on setting up Nix from scratch. I'll do a video on that. But that'll probably take a month or two, because I've got a few others I've got to do beforehand. NVIDIA has actually been recommending the open source drivers for all new GPUs for the while. All new updates go there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I agree, Bastion. There's a lot of different ways. It's not very idiomatic. Yeah, Nix really is different. I think Python, it really sucks when it comes to Nix. That's one thing I will criticize Nix a lot for. Or I guess I could criticize Python for that. Poetry apparently is pretty great. That it makes it bearable. I wouldn't say pretty great. But yeah, Python's difficult, especially if you need to install stuff. Like, I really like NVIDIA GPUs. I will probably commit to buying NVIDIA GPUs with better Linux support. But since they haven't had good Linux support, I've been buying AMD. How is Python and Nix related? Well, you still sometimes need to use Python on your Nix system. So because the way that, I mean, to be fair, pip is pretty bad in and of itself. I think pipx is better and virtual environments make it okay, but pip itself is just difficult to use. On Arch, you have to install it using the pacman and then Python prefix packages. It's more of a criticism of Python, to be honest, but it still is difficult. If you have to use anything Python in Nix, it's not as easy as it should be. Oops, apologies. Is there any alternative? Yeah, I think if you use virtual environments or use pipx, you can be fine. Yeah, pacman is amazing. Pacman is one of the best package managers. What do I think about Rye and UV? I actually don't know what those are. Rye grows with UV. What? Oh, okay. I was on a very different... I was on like an agricultural thing. I've not tried Rye or UV. Yeah. I mean, it's something I need to do a little bit more research with when it comes to Python. I don't use Python that much, but for those times that I do. Yeah, I agree, Bastian. I think Vimjoya is currently the best out there. Wish you could get a mix of Arch and Nix. You can, technically. You can use the Nix package manager on Arch. And I think... Well, don't quote me on this, actually. I don't think you can install stuff with pacman using it. But I think with Nix Darwin, you can install stuff on Homebrew with it. So like you can use Homebrew with Nix Darwin, and then you can install packages for Homebrew that don't exist on Nix. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, let me show you. So they got Nix Homebrew, right? So you can add Homebrew and manage them using Nix Darwin, which is pretty cool. I'm going to do a whole video on Nix with Darwin though, because I think that is a little more interesting, if that makes sense, than just using Nix on Linux. But this is going to go on Dreams of Code. So, is it Dreams of Code though? That's the question. Yeah, it's going to go on Dreams of Code. But like if people are interested in Nix but they use a Mac, I think this is a really good way of bringing that onto them. Will I do a video on ricing Linux? Potentially. Potentially. Maybe on how I rice it. I'm not like the biggest ricer. I've kind of got my own rice, which is very minimal. I tend to do my content more on productivity rather than, I guess, and I'm not saying that ricing is not productive. I think ricing can be productive, but the theme of it would have to be about how to set up a rice so that you would have productivity. And most of the time for me, that's minimalism, like having the least amount of things on screen as possible. Sam can't code. I think we needed a new Python-esque language like what Python was to Bash at its time, with static typing and newer syntax patterns like no parentheses around conditions and loops, better multi-threading concurrency model. Yeah, Go is pretty good, I think. I think that does sound like Go, to be fair. I mean, I don't know if you're being facetious there. but I thought to share it. Yeah. I mean, it sounds pretty much like Go. Concurrency in Go is amazing. The thing is like most of the time you don't really need it. That's the annoying thing about the concurrency in Go. Like, best concurrency of any language out there, in my opinion. Maybe maybe Erlang is slightly better. But concurrency isn't used as much as you may think it is. How am I going to do it? Yeah, Erlang, amazing concurrency model. Kind of like, that's like system-wide concurrency, I guess. Erlang is pretty awesome. The actor model is great. Or they call it the RPC model or whatever it is. Web crawler and Go? Yeah. That's the thing, like, Rust for me is amazing and really, really fast and very, very safe. But the speed to develop compared to Go is much slower in my opinion. Now I know, I can't remember who said recently, it was either Google or Microsoft said that they were getting the same amount of development speed from their Rust devs that they were in their Go devs, which I think is very, very impressive. CrowdStrike should look into Rust. They really should, to be fair. Yeah, 2 hands. I've definitely used it maybe for like little things. So sending off a request to like a BI instance. I mean, that's a problem. I had a problem with that code in general, but like there are things to do, you can do concurrency with, but like actual, I guess like data pipelines use it a lot. That's probably where I've used concurrency the most, in a data pipeline. So like processing lots of events concurrently. Getting to that state, fast state, takes a while while you're still learning. It does, yeah. Rust would have caught that null pointer. It absolutely would have. Telemetry data, yeah. So sending off telemetry data is a pretty good way to do it, because you just do it. Worst one I did was 4 DB calls that got merged and flattened into a single struct. I mean, channels are really cool, don't get me wrong. So like, the writer should be the one to close it though. I don't know what I'm doing, by the way. I'm just... Oh, thank you, Winnet. I appreciate that. That's good microphones and a lot of audio treatment in this room. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just having fun, by the way. All tutorials about Go are for people who already know JavaScript, especially in the backend API area. TCP is harder in JS than in Go. Yeah, I agree. TCP is harder in JS than Go. Hot take, JS should never have made it to the back end. I disagree, Bastian. And I may do a video on that one day of why I disagree, but the TLDR is that before Node.js, the backend was a very different place. So without using, if we didn't have Node.js, we wouldn't have a lot of the asynchronousness that we have today and some of the high performance, because backend before that was either Spring Boot with Java or PHP or Ruby on Rails. I think Node.js did bring us forward into a really good place when it came to backend technologies. And I think we had to use Node.js to get there because it changed the entire game when it came to, like, Node.js could handle more connections than most other backend frameworks like Spring and stuff because of it was using libuv. So like because of libuv and epoll and all this stuff, then Node.js basically changed the entire way that we worked with backend technologies, or like how we built backend. Yeah, primarily developed for Node.js. So like it really, really did change. So I think at the time when Node.js came out, it was very, very amazing. It was awesome. It was really, really awesome because it was just, we didn't really have anything like it. Like writing your backend in C, no. No, it's not safe at all. Absolutely. And I think saying it should never have made it to the backend, I don't agree with that statement. I think right now we've moved beyond it and we have better options and we've learned a lot from it. I think Dino is pretty awesome. But yeah, I think Node.js had its place and I think it did something pretty awesome with what it did. And now we've kind of just gone beyond it, if that makes sense. That's my kind of hot take on that. But I think modern day, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't use it anymore. First time I did use it felt magical though, to be fair. Agreed. 100% agreed. Wait, there's no strings.reverse? Next tutorial? Soon. Soon. I promise. Strings.reverse doesn't exist. How do you reverse a string in Go? You can tell I no longer do software development as a full-time job. Wait, they don't have a reverse function? Seriously? Are you using a Lua config for your NearVim or have you switched to NixVim? I'm still using a Lua config. I'm going to have to write it from scratch. I can't believe it. It's like a job interview, isn't it? How do we feel about single letter variables in the chat? I've got a video coming out about them soon. I've got the script written and I've done a whole bunch of research. It's going to be an interesting video actually, because I decided to do it in a way of like researching different viewpoints on single letter variable names and coming up with what I think is a good definition of when they should be used and what they communicate when they are used. Now use a stack or the interviewer won't recontact you. How would you do a stack? It'd be a slice, right? Guess you could use, nah, let's do a stack of a string. Capacity, no, we'll just size there. And actually you do want to do it with an I. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, Sailor Bob, in my opinion, I think variable verbosity should be proportional to scope and importance. A short-lived variable in a loop. Single letter, long-lived state variable, longer and much more descriptive name. Yeah, that's pretty much what Clean Code actually says in my research. So Clean Code pretty much agrees with it. The longer the scope of a variable, the longer its name should be. Which I think is, yeah, a great way to say it. I think there's some other things, though, in my research. So because like in Go, you'll have, you know, handler func or whatever, which has W http.response-writer and R for http.request. And these can sometimes be quite long, right? Now, to be fair, their scope is kind of short, but they do have long function name. They can be a long function. I don't think this is going to work because I completely got sidetracked with this. Strings.builder. How do you add a rune to a string? You replied to stream elements. Recently started a new project with Temple. Is that a clock in the background? I don't think there's a clock in the background. Oshtab, what did you want to say the whole time? Oh, you can use append? I didn't know that. You can do append, res, x, right? Really? Maybe not. You gotta do encode. Whoa, okay. Hold on a second. Bastian, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are helping bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I got a drink. 5 times. Thank you, Bastian. What a Chad. Here's me just trying to getting completely... Yeah, I didn't think you could append to a string, right? Large pirate like swigs. I only did 2 actually. I got to do 3 more. Thank you again, Bastian. I really appreciate it. I don't think this is correct, this resource that I'm reading. But you can use a string builder, so I think that's what we should be doing. Yeah, right rune, that's it. There we go. This shouldn't complain anymore, unless I'm not using 1.22. I am using 1.22. And we can just do EV equals EV. But that should not be an issue in modern Go. Bastian, are you like the top gifter? Let's have a look. Yeah, you're number 1. How did we end up writing Go? I mean, that's a great question, Sailor Bob. I was just... I was just chilling. Omnifilus, you actually don't have to. This has been fixed in Go 1.22, but there's a reason why you used to have to do that. It's because loop variables themselves used to not be generated on each loop. It would be reused. Yeah, I got on a bit of a Sailor Bob. I got on like a tangent about concurrency, and then I just decided to start writing some Go concurrency. I don't know how I got here. I think I was trying to make a point, but I just lost it. Oh, I was waiting for a Docker file to build. That's it. Yeah, 1.21. 1.22 was really good. Hey, look, this worked. There you go. Go concurrency. I don't know what I was trying to show, but I was just writing some concurrency. Right in Nix. I have no idea how I would do that. Yeah, 1.23 is coming out soon. I've got a video script that I'm working on for that. That's going to be a controversial release. Real controversial. I'm really excited for that video because there's a lot of things on the 1.23 release coming out that are going to leave a bit of a sour taste in people's mouths, I think. Yeah, function iterators is one of them. There's a few other things as well. You're gonna have to wait to the video. I gotta give you something so that you click. I need to leave a bit of clickbait. That video will come out in August. I'll do an overview of it. There's some cool stuff coming in that release, but it's definitely going to be the most controversial one. Function iterators are a big one. I don't think function iterators are that bad. I understand the criticisms, but I think they can be used for some pretty cool stuff. I think they just look a bit ugly, which is fair enough, they do. But it is controversial. Switch over to Ruby now. Yeah, Go's gonna get cancelled. Nothing is ugly when Nix exists. Trying to clickbait us, then give away a bit. I know. You'll probably forget by August anyway. That's like a month away. Oh, I'm looking forward to that video though. It's gonna be a good one. Okay, so what happened with the Docker? Clip it. Are they basically like STD generator in C++23? I haven't looked at STD generator. They kind of are like yield functions, right? Or kind of like generator functions. Yeah, coroutines. They're very similar to coroutines. A little bit different. Yeah, I'd say, oh god, modern C++. I actually prefer C++ before C++11. I think. Horrible. It's so ugly, and it's just gotten worse. The standard templating library just is really horrific. Yeah, templating is. That's why like people in Go didn't want templating, because it's just so horrific when it comes on C++. Your comment on C++11 was agreed upon by the people who wrote Go. So why so much association with Golang? Yeah, probably why. Ruby on Rail. Ruby is awesome. It is. I don't love Rails, but only because it's so opinionated, and that's not really a bad thing. It's just a personal preference thing. I don't love very opinionated frameworks. Again, though, you think about the time, like the reason they had, what was it, code over configuration or convention over configuration? I get that. I mean, when you look at like Spring Boot and stuff, I can get it. And I think convention over configuration is a good thing, but at the same time, I just don't love the opinionated framework nature. And I think HTML over the wire, I don't know. It's not terrible, but also I can understand the benefit of JSON over the wire. Do I use a HTMX session manager? Session. Like I got dentures or something. Yeah, Spring Boot is pretty decent. I used it once. It does a lot of magic. That's my only initial dislike for it. Like, you can set up an endpoint and you can define the SQL that the endpoint uses, and then it just does everything, which is kind of weird. Very magical. Session manager. Session. Yeah, lots of magic. Yeah, it definitely does. But I didn't hate it when I used it. I much prefer Go. I mean, Go is just a great language in my opinion. I've never hated using Go when I use Go. Proof of concepts, yeah, I agree. I think you can get things done pretty quickly when it comes to Rails. And I definitely wouldn't like to manage anything large when it comes to Rails. All right, did this work, the Docker? Dreambird is the perfect programming language. That sounds like an esoteric one. Why is this failing? GCC G++ are required to build SAS libraries for extended version. Okay. So this is why we don't use Alpine. Yeah, I like Alpine when it works, which is always a coin toss, isn't it? Dreambird, perfect programming language. End every statement with an exclamation mark. All right, let me get this up. Actually, no, I'm not going to, because I always get distracted when I'm doing Docker build. APK not found, of course. Wait, why is this complaining? I don't know why it's actually complaining. Error. Failed to solve process. Did not complete successfully. Why? My guess is it's that mage file. Go mod error? Yeah, I think you're right. Go mod requires Go 1.22. Oh yeah, okay. Go version. But then this is an issue because no required module provides package github /magefile/mage. What is this? I don't even have a mage file, do I? Isn't it in the mod? I don't think it is. I think this is something else. To build it should just be Hugo, right? I'm not even sure what this Docker file is doing. I just copied it, which is kind of silly. Entry point Hugo. I mean, should I just be using the Hugo server Is that right? Or should I be using something else, like HTMX? Mage is like a make file, but written in Go. Best way to deploy Hugo. Caddy. I think Caddy is good if you've got kind of that as your entire ingress or reverse checking out. Reverse proxy. Task file. What is task file? Task runner. I mean, surely I just need a web server mage file. I think mage file is actually pretty good. Yeah, you kind of define it in Go. I mean, I could just deploy this to S3, right? Why don't I serve it with Go? I could serve it with Go, but HTMX is better than Go, right? Caddy is good as well, but I think HTMX, because I'm going to be using Kubernetes for everything like TLS and stuff. Kind of like build.rs. For the server, just go with HTMX, yeah. HTMX, I think HTMX is going to be better than Go. HTMX is incredibly fast. I think you would have a hard time beating it with anything else. What is the name of the bar you're using? Is that Waybar or Whatabar? I don't think I actually have a bar. There's no bar here. I am using AGS normally. Cloudflare did? What did Cloudflare beat it with? Hey, Rihanna, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks to everyone who just joined. Doing well, thank you. Thank you, Rihanna. If any of the mods could give Rihanna a shout out, I would really appreciate that. For those who don't know me, I'm Dreams of Code. I run a YouTube channel called Dreams of Code. If you've seen it on YouTube before. If not, it's usually about software development. I have a second one called Dreams of Autonomy. Today we are basically hosting a portfolio, or trying to host a portfolio website that I just built using Hugo with some of the photos that I've taken. This is it. These are some of my photos that I took yesterday. So I'm building a portfolio site using Hugo because I'm a Go fan, technically. A gopher, if you like Go. Personally, I like to call myself a goblin, so. A lot of people said I should have used Astro. Traffic is pretty good. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed Rian's stream. Hope you had a nice time over there. Yo, is Hugo free to use as long as your own domain? Yeah, but you would have to host it yourself. So, one place you can host it is S3. Working on a pixel art tower defense game with C++ SDL. Nice. I'm a big fan of SDL. My first ever game that I created was using SDL too. Yeah, libSDL is awesome. I might do some content on libSDL at some point. Yeah, really, really fun. The whispered word. My first game with SDL was a 2D side shooter. I think first was like Pong, but that's everybody's first, right? And then it was like a 2D side shooter. And that taught me the most about pointers. Excuse the plosive. SDL plus Go. I don't know if you can use SDL with Go. I mean, you could use it with CGO, but that would be horrible. Go SDL. Let's have a look. Oh, they got bindings for it. There you go. Okay. Okay. We'll fix Docker later. Let's... because this is interesting. Yeah, it's not going to be a great experience when it's Hugo. Is Hugo that slow? I thought Hugo was just horrific, not slow. Yeah, this is going to complain. No Nix. Nix develop. It can be slow to compile, but once it's cached, it's relatively okay. Yeah, I think compilation is going to be slow, right? Because you have to have that linking step or whatever. Not linking, whatever it is that makes every compiler slow apart from Go. Pre-processing. What is this in Nix? Is there a flake? A lot of people said that the time it adds to every call was not good enough, or maybe it got better. Preprocessor shouldn't be that slow. We want a flake. Is there a flake for SDL2? This is where I maybe will get foiled by Nix. Website building question. My brother and I started a business and I own the domain, but I started to make the website with Squarespace. I have familiarity with C/D++. What would be the most cost-effective way to build a website, do you think? That's a great question. It's casuals. Okay, so it's casuals. Can you tell me what the website is? Is it dynamic or is it static? Is the business like, is it just a web page for your business, or is it a web page that you want to have interactivity or anything else? Because Squarespace, I mean, if you're okay with paying their monthly, what is their monthly fee? Yeah, Hugo for static sites is going to be really cheap. And you can deploy it to like S3, and S3 is also really, really cheap for... Where is their pricing? Okay, let's do pay monthly. Wow, Squarespace got expensive, huh? It's not the easiest to customize, but I think it's WYSIWYG. Yeah, custom build features. I don't think you can do anything custom. Web page that has some interactivity, mainly to just other pages in the website, like contact us. We can probably keep it static if it's cheaper. I'll check the account one sec. Yeah, I think Squarespace is gonna be... So this is what always the question is. I guess it depends what your budget is or how much you want to spend each month. Because you've got your own time that you have to consider. Excuse me. And if your time is like going to be... If your time is valued at however much you value your time, then... Like, let's say you value your time at $25 an hour, right? So Squarespace, you're paying 1 hour every month to it. Now with a static website, you might spend 8 hours getting it up and running, and that's 8 hours of time. Pressure washing business. Yeah, so because it's your business as well, are you going to like want to accept bookings and stuff on there? Or is it just going to contact you with like a phone? Am I Hugoing? I was Hugoing. We do have a Hugo website up. I got distracted again, but I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to keep it focused on the Hugo right now. Okay. So this is the Hugo website that I built. It's very simple though. Probably just the phone number. Yeah, GitHub pages for free could be fine. Design the sites in GIMP. No worries, Rianart. Thank you for the raid again. I really appreciate it. So this is what I built using Hugo, right? These are just... So it's just a photo website. But if I wanted to add e-commerce and stuff, that's going to start adding a lot of time. Thanks, Freedom DAO. I appreciate it. So, I mean, this took, what, a couple of hours? So if I value my time at $25 an hour, I don't know, I actually value it a little bit higher than that. But let's say I do, then that was $50 just to create this website. That's 2 months of, I mean, if you pay annually, that's almost 3 months worth of Squarespace. Because you're running a business, I do think maybe Squarespace is going to be better for you because you'll have their SLA associated with it as well, I believe. You want to learn how to build the website because you're in college? Well, that's a different... Now that's completely different. Yeah, if you want to learn to build websites as well, as it was learning with C++, I just don't know where to start. C#, sorry. So in that case, if you want to learn to build a website, I would still start with Squarespace and get something up and running because you want to have your website up whilst it's there static and you get people... I like the site and the font and spacing. The prices are insane. Yeah, Squarespace is really, really expensive, but that's because you're paying for all the additional features that you get with it as well. But I would go with any business. I would start with the least amount of resistance first, right? Which is get your website up. You've got people looking at it. You're able to take bookings and you're able to sell your wares, right? That's the most important thing. Then I would look at learning how to do it yourself if you want to for your own learning. If you're doing it with C#, I don't know any C# web frameworks, but honestly, I probably wouldn't use C#. Yeah, I can't afford Squarespace. I use AWS, but you got to set it up in the SSL on certs. Yeah, you do. S3 is pretty cheap as well. Like Lightsail, $5 is even quite expensive for a static site. You could use Cloudflare. You can use AWS. Well, actually, what is Cloudflare Pages? Does it have a WYSIWYG? No, it's Jamstack. So this is the other thing. Like, if you really want to build a static website, as most people in my chat would say, I would recommend starting with like Astro. If you're okay with using JavaScript, which you should be. If you know C#, you should be fine using JavaScript as well. And that's probably going to be your quickest way because you focus on building the actual website rather than building everything else that goes into the website that you may have to do with C#. I don't know what C#'s web service or... I've never used C#, unfortunately. Strappy. CMS though, so I think, can you work it? I think you still, is it headless CMS? Yeah, headless CMS. Blazor. Okay, Blazor. Modern front-end web framework based in HTML, CSS, and C#. So Blazor is also an option as well. There's just so many options, depending on what you want to do. But honestly, if it comes to a business, my kind of main goal is you should achieve your business goal the quickest way possible, and then you can optimize later on. Oh, you're welcome, Is Casuals. There's too many options. There's just so many options. I mean, it's a good thing. Options are a great thing. You do have a bit of decision fatigue. So for me, I always try to choose a minimal option, which is what languages do I use and then go with that. Yeah, build a temp with Squarespace, then Next, Vercel does have free hosting as well. You're correct. Yeah, I think start with Squarespace, then learn how to do what you've got in Squarespace yourself. I think that's the best way I would do it. Nice, Bastian. I would just get a droplet, put up a simple website as fast as possible, and then use it to learn the tech you want to learn. Yeah, I think so. So I need to figure out how to get this hosted. I think honestly, the best way to host it would be to just use an HTMX image. You build the static site, dump it onto HTMX. I think it's in static, right? I actually don't know where it builds it out. Content, data, public. I think maybe it is public, right? Yeah, that looks like it. Phoenix, how you doing? We are using Hugo for a portfolio website that I built of my photos. That's it. And I just want to host this on my home lab, so people can come and view my photos before I start trying to sell them. Just had an ad for Udo.com. I've never heard of Udo.com. I hate this font. Thoughts on image load optimization in web dev? Seems a bit complicated for me. It can be a little complicated. Usually you have different versions though and you will load them in. There should be plugins, or there should be frameworks that help with that though. I've never heard of Udo before. Up and CRM. IPFS for CDN. Have I ever used Caddy? I've heard of Caddy. I've never used it because it feels like a good reverse proxy. It's nice that it's got SSL by default. I may give it a go at some point. For development only. Spend a month only coding in AL. What is AL? Am I using the Moonlander? Have I ever considered giving the Glove 80 a try? Well, I'm using the Glove 80 right now. Zoib. But I do like the Moonlander. But I think my Moonlander is breaking, so I need to reach out to the company, but it's probably past its warranty. Have I tried AdGuard Home? It's better than Pi-hole. I've not tried AdGuard Home. I don't think it has DNS though, right? Although saying that, I believe external DNS supports... or has a webhook, so you can actually add it into Ubiquity. Yeah, it was Microsoft's ERP management language. No, thank you. I had like a brief introduction to ERPs and I hated it. No, you don't. Never mind, Zoib. If you want, I can give you my opinion on the Moonland if you want. Yeah, Unify. Oh, look, it also does AdGuard Home Provider. I guess it does have it. DNS, so local DNS, right? But you can also use it with the external DNS webhook, so. No one casuals. I'm gonna be dipping off soon anyway because it's getting to the end of my stream time. And I gotta do a thumbnail for my next YouTube video. That's awesome, Zoib. It's pretty cool, the Glove AD. I really liked it. There's some things I don't like about it. The well, for me, I think makes doing some key combos kind of painful, but I use home row mods, which helps. And I don't like that these pads keep coming off, and they've like wrecked my desk pad. Like the adhesive on it like has come off and just stained it. I do not have a YouTube link in my Twitch information. If you do, I should have my YouTube link. Let me send it. Might buy a Ubiquity switch. Any recommendations? Do you have like a Dream Machine or anything? I guess depends what speed you want. Let me add this YouTube link first. Just 2.5G. There's the Flex. Let me find it. All the people watching on YouTube just got a link to YouTube. It's kind of funny. Ubiquity. Okay, so the one that I use for switches. Do you have a rack or just one like a standard compact one? Flex. I don't think that is 10 gigabits. This one, Flex 10 gigabit. Oh, if you have nothing, you have a router though, right? Like if you want to get started in the Unify network, you probably, okay. If you are getting started, I would start with a cloud gateway though, one of these things. But then you know, the Dream router's fine, I guess. Dream Wall's pretty cool as well. I use the Dream Machine Special Edition, although the Pro Max looks pretty good. This is what I have though. And then what's nice is once you have a Dream Machine or whatever cloud gateway with Unify, all of the devices kind of work well together. Hey Shreyas, you're back. You're kind of just coming at the end, I'm afraid. Got 5 minutes before we dip out. Need to find someone to go raid though. Yeah, it is expensive. That's the only problem with Unify. They are kind of expensive. I know, Phoenix. I know. I gotta go do this. Home lab does get pretty pricey, yeah. Good home networking setup is expensive, but it's worth it. PFSense is great as well, but I think finding a good PFSense machine was more expensive than finding a good Unify machine. Did I finish building it? I did. I just got to host it. But, I mean, this is it. We just went with a nice theme. That's it. Now I just got to get it built onto a Nginx image. But I kept getting distracted. No one noticed that I called this a hash map of some of my favorite photos. What does it provide over a horrible ISP provided router switch AP combo? Let me see if I can show you mine. I just don't want to dox myself. Give me 2 secs. Or just dox yourself. Yeah, why not? Screw it. Why not sell your photos on Imager or something? I probably will. I gotta use an authenticator now. Let's have a look. If I go to my network. Yeah, that will dox me. Shoot. Okay, let's actually go into settings. I think that's fine. Well, I don't know how to explain it without doxing myself. But like you can create different VLANs and stuff. So for like my home lab, I have a completely different VLAN with my Kubernetes network on it. So it's not on the same. Yeah, segmentation. You can have like multiple internet sources if you have that. If you like redundancy. There's just a lot you can do with it when it comes to networking, which is really cool. And you can control your network topology better than you can otherwise. But if you don't have a need for it, it's not really that useful. But like then when you start pairing it off with switches or with power over Ethernet and stuff, you can control which has access to which. So yeah, 2 ISPs is probably a little expensive for a student. You're right. I think if you're just getting started and like you want to create, do you like live in halls or do you live, what topology are you using? I can't really show it because it's gonna, but I have one network for like all my home devices. I have another network for cameras and stuff. And then I have another network for Kubernetes or VLAN, I guess. You have an apartment? Yeah, OpenSense pfSense is pretty good as well. I do think 2 times performance. What is this? I mean, the thing is, things always get better. How much power does it draw? So my entire home lab draws 200 watts. And that's in most of that, I think 130 of that is from my NAS with like 8 drives. That's just constantly running. So my NAS is the biggest thing. So I think my entire thing in total is 80 watts. That's with probably three N95s it was when I last measured it. 200 watts is very low with the NAS. Yeah, it's pretty good. 8 bay NAS. 200 watts is nice. Wow. Shreyas, you got money, man. Or cheap energy. I mean, to be fair, I have solar that powers mine, but I don't like wasting it. Tyler Holt, is it just the nice polish of a large corp? I think it's not just a nice polish of a large corp. I think the stuff just works together really nicely. So like, all of the switches are available on the topology. You can control them. You can set different switches to be part of different networks, or different ports on different switches to be part of different networks. So like, there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do. Did you buy solar? Yeah, we bought solar. We got solar. We got solar and batteries, although I actually maybe regret the batteries because I think solid state are starting to come out now, which is annoying. But then solid state might not enter into like house power batteries for another 5 years or so. Yeah, Synology is pretty easy. I use TrueNAS. And they sell some nice systems, or they did sell a system, rack mounted. Don't know if they sell it anymore though. It's kind of expensive though. Synology's a little bit cheaper, or QNAS. So basically you could host home lab on a hamster running on a treadmill and producing electricity. If I can find a hamster that's producing 200 watts, I mean honestly it'd be better just to burn the food that the hamster was eating though, wouldn't it? Synology, is it expensive? Synology, 8 bay, 10 gigabit. Let's have a look. Not 110 gigabit. Let's see how much it is. Four times, only 1 gigabit. It's not that expensive. I mean, it's not cheap. I am still on hyper, yeah. See you later, Is Casuals. Thanks for joining us. Tresla, yeah, I mean, it's not the cheapest, to be fair. You could probably build your own for cheaper, but I think you will use more energy than these would do. So that's the other thing you got to consider. Why not do NAS on your own and save money? So, okay, let's see how I would save money with a NAS. Because you got to remember, power consumption is a thing. Hey, Suyesh, doing well. Just a bunch of cat pictures to back up. Oh, but once you have the storage, you can start thinking about other things like Linux ISOs. All those Linux ISOs you can download and not have to pay any services for Linux ISOs. You know? You just get Linux ISOs. TrueNAS is pretty cool, to be fair, for systems. But these are also kind of expensive on the mini series. Let's have a look how much they are. Try not to dox myself too much. I just realized the TrueNAS Mini X. I mean, look, this is also really expensive. That's more expensive than Synology. But TrueNAS, you will be supporting them. Torrent server using the Qubit Torrent Nix service. Yeah, I use Transmission, I think, but let's actually have a look. So I use Transmission with Docker and Kubernetes and Gluton as well. I saw Tech Hut, Gluton. Gluton is pretty awesome. This is probably what I would recommend. I think Tech Hut did a video on this yesterday or whenever. Yeah, 3 days ago. I haven't watched this video yet, but that is a travesty. That should have more than 8K views. I am in the US. Yeah, I like Tech Hut a lot. Transmission as a torrent client? Yeah. I use Transmission and Gluton for my ISOs. So what's really nice is you use the Gluton within the same pods, and then it will automatically connect to your VPN. And you can do port forwarding with some of your VPN providers as well, which Gluton does support. So I have like port forwarding, which makes everything just a lot better. Hey Bromway, you joined it just at the end of the stream, I'm afraid. What ISP? I use a business ISP. Cox Business. Please don't report me to them. Couple of terabytes. Yeah, I got about 8. I got about 8 terabytes as well of Linux ISOs. My NAS is 160 terabytes. Does Gluton work with Case? It does, yeah. So you can set it up in a pod, and because pods share the same networking infrastructure. What discs have I got? I've got the Iron Wolf 20 terabyte discs. These ones. Currently unavailable. HDD Pro, those are the ones that I've got. Man, maybe I should go to the 24s. What RAID config? What RAID config do I have? Let me see if I can open it up actually. I just don't want to make sure I dox myself. Let me make sure it doesn't have my IP on here, and then I'll show it. Okay, it does have an IP, but it's the local area one. Okay, so this is my TrueNAS. RAID for the RAID config. We got a RAID? Hey, the Alex Lixer. Thank you so much for the RAID. I really, really appreciate it. Sorry, I completely missed that. I thought we were talking about RAID as in RAID 10. Thank you, the Alex Lixer. I hope everyone had a I hope everyone enjoyed your stream. Today we were, for those who don't know, I run a YouTube channel called Dreams of Code. And I like to stream on the weekends. But today we just set up a Hugo website for my kind of photography. These are some of the photos I took taken yesterday. And I just wanted to have a static site to set them up. So this is what we got. I'm going to deploy it onto my home lab. And then, yeah, somebody shout them out. One of the mods, please. If not, I will shout them out. I can do it. I'm not the Nuxt guy, no. Oh wait, Alex Lichter. Have you got a YouTube, Alex? What is it, Alex? Thank you for sharing it. We're going to subscribe. Make sure to go subscribe, everyone. Actually, I should do it on Dreams of Code. There you go. You got 2 subs. Suvi, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me out, helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I got a drink. We were actually talking about Vue a little bit earlier. Wait, Nuxt 4 is a thing? This is news to me. Nuxt. Not yet? I thought they were still struggling with Nuxt 3. Nuxt 4. Nice. Is there any breaking changes? Struggling. I mean that in the nicest way possible, but we were trying to upgrade from Nuxt 2 to Nuxt 3 and it was a bit of an issue. Only breaking changes, yeah. Nuxt 3 from Nuxt 2 I thought was a bit of an issue. 3 to 4 is easy. Okay, that's good to know. I remember the last place I was working at, we were upgrading from 2 to 3 and it was like a months-long endeavor and it was getting close to the point where it needed to be done and that we still didn't have solutions for certain things. So I'm glad 3 to 4 is going to be easier. I was actually showing my raid setup before we got raided, which is kind of ironic. Bastian, you asked about the raid setup. How do I show you my raid setup? I don't know actually how to look at it up, but 76 free. So it takes it down from 160 to 100, I guess. So I don't know what it is. I can't remember what my RAID setup is. IP leaks again, Phoenix? I know. This one I did get doxed. Please don't DDoS that IP, otherwise my NAS won't be able to work. Please don't DDoS it. In fact, you know what? Go on, DDoS it. I'll take it. I'll be able to handle all of it. I actually have a video coming out, or planned. I say coming out loosely. I have a video planned where I want to look at like what you do during a DDoS. Someone will push an upgrade to my Windows system. Oh no, please don't do that. B-sods. Nux 2 to Nux 3 had so many changes. Yeah, Vue 3, Vite, Composition API, Server Engine, TS rewrite, you're right. That was a big problem. And then I think we were relying on the authentication middleware or authentication service of Nux 2, and there was no solution for that in Nux 3, so we had to like kind of move to a completely different authentication package. TrueNAS in 2024, I use a custom Debian 12 server. Auth module also had a problem. Same for lots of libs. Yeah. But progress, right? Alex, I'm going to check out, I'm going to binge some of your videos later. Because I'm interested in the state of Nuxt and Vue. Vue for me was always, I always used to use Vue instead of React because for me it felt a lot better. Now I just use Go. And I try to stay away from front-end frameworks. But Vue for me, it felt closer to the separation of style, HTML and scripting, so it was nice. Yeah, I will do. I love the composition API actually. Stick away. Stay away. Stay away, stick to it. That's the real terms. Go versus PHP. Is it even the same thing? I think you can do more with Go than you can with PHP, right? Or you can probably do the same amount with either one, but you tend to do more with Go than PHP. Yeah. For me, it's more about a case of minimalism rather than... Like, I don't think front end is inherently bad, and I think, yeah, it's more complex than it used to be, but front end itself is difficult. For me, it's more of a case of, can I do most of the things I want to do with one language rather than knowing all these different languages to do all these different things? And in that case, I'm like happier with using Go for the front end. It may not be as great. You can't do as much reactive or much interactivity with it without digging into the JavaScript on the front end, at which point you should use something like Vue. But most of the stuff I build these days can be fine as a multi-page application, server-side rendered. Go PHP, yeah, it's the same thing. Can you actually even open up a socket in PHP? One drives Lambos, exactly. One's poor, the other's rich. Hey, you can. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, there you go. You shouldn't? Why not? Triple equals false. Laravel is better than JS. It's slow AF. Is it not JIT? Just use hack, right? Suddenly it's faster. Yeah, Sailor Bob, it is interesting, isn't it? The people that like Laravel love it. And then WebDev Cody put out that rage bait of how complicated a Laravel project is. And that's the thing, I think you're right, Dantini, it is batteries included. That's a really good way of putting it. Everything you need is already there. What's the difference between business and home ISP? Not much. You pay more for business, and you should get better response. I can also get like redundancy if I want to, but I didn't want to get it. Did I work for a big tech company? The biggest tech company I've worked for is eBay. Hey, Red. Yeah, SLAs, basically. That's what Shreya says. SLAs, even though they don't really sit in there. Yeah, eBay was the biggest tech company. Otherwise, I've worked for startups and smaller tech companies. Ads again. Which culture do I like more? I like tech startups outside of the US more. Yes, I do have a static IP burger, which is why I'm very careful not to leak it. Oh, nice lake. Which culture do I like more outside of the US? So again, eBay for me was very US-based culture, but it was chill. So I think I don't like corporate culture where it's the goal is to further your career, not to further the product or the business that you're working on, if that makes sense. So I need a job. When I work in a job, I need to be working with people that don't care about their career. Or, I mean, they obviously can care about it. That's important. But I need to work with people that care more about the mission of what you're doing in your day-to-day rather than how can you do the most impactful things for your career. Because I think both of them are aligned, but that doesn't seem to always be the case. In the US, people are more focused on their career prospects, especially in corporate. Corporate, I think, is the worst for it because you need to stick out in a sea of people. So people will focus more on the high visibility tasks that may not be the best thing for the business, but they're the best thing for their own career. And then they'll focus on interpersonal skills, how to, repertoire with other people, how to get good, like who you know, not what you know, right? And corp jobs aren't that interesting, yeah. It's very much networking with corporations. Startups are very different. They're very much about how can you succeed at what you're doing, or they should be about that. And most of the startups I've worked at outside of the US have been that. Startups that I've worked in the US they basically are in the middle of those two. So sometimes people will come in and then start pushing their own career and self-promotion and stuff like that. So I prefer startups, but I haven't had the best experience in the US. They do often have interesting stuff. Yeah. They do. We're running into overtime, by the way. But it's fun. Hot question. Do you think Scrum Masters are useless? Ooh. Okay, we're going to get into some hot questions. I don't like Scrum. I think Scrum is a bastardization of Agile. I like Agile. I mean, let's look at the Agile manifesto. We're vibing. We are vibing. Okay, the manifesto for software development. 12 principles. Oh, I'm so glad dark mode. Let's get rid of dark reader because this is awful when it's like the horrible grainy picture. The Agile manifesto is based. Like if you read through it, there is nothing you can really disagree with in this. Highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Nothing wrong with that. Sorry, Phoenix. Welcome changing requirements, even late in development. Agile processes. Now this, I've found some developers hate changing requirements, right? Like if you say, sorry, no, this isn't right. We're not building the right thing here. They're like, well, I want to get it finished. It's like, sometimes changing requirements, I believe changing requirements are a good thing. As long as they're backed by decisions, not backed by whims. So maybe that's where I would, yeah, but harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. Thank you, Smoke. Yeah, good feedback loops are awesome. I agree. Deliver working software frequently, from a couple of weeks to a couple of months. I mean, a couple of months is long. That's way too long. I guess in some cases you need that. But yeah, with a preference to the shorter timescale. Again, agree with that. Yeah, Bastian, backed by logic and data, not backed by like, yeah, it's, vibes-based development. We've called that in the past. Like, I feel like this will be better. Don't give me vibes, give me data. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. That's probably, yes, I agree. You should work with the business people. But maybe that's where you start getting Scrum Masters and Agile Masters that it starts going wrong. Clean code and clean architecture. I've actually been researching through clean code. I mean, there's some good stuff in there. There's some bad stuff in there as well, and it's very opinionated at points. But Mr. Martin does give his opinion or does prefix it with his personal preference. Story points are BS. Yeah, I agree. Shreyas. Business requirements should change less frequently. Isn't the clean code snippets horrible? Oh, yeah, because it's Java. Business people work with the PM and then the PM acts as the middleman. Yeah, that can work. Or the EM as well. I think EMs should be involved in that. Like a good EM should be advocating for their team and be involved in those decisions. Build projects around motivated individuals. Yep. Give them the environment and support that they need and trust them to get the job done. That is so lacking in today's modern software development industry. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. That's where like story pointing completely doesn't do that. Story pointing fails it. Estimations fail that. Requesting deadlines fails that. Like, that is something missing in today's environment. Yeah, it's a lot of babysitting. The environment costs money. Yeah, trust takes a lot of skill, but people don't trust engineers. They're like, no, they're expensive. We need to know what they're doing. A lot of babysitting. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. I would agree. I would agree that compared to emailing and long email threads, face-to-face is, but I think there needs to be a time and place for it, right? Actually, how do you give any estimation? It's really difficult to give estimations. Like, a good rule of thumb is to double the amount of time you think it's going to take. Yeah, you have to wing it. Like, I think if you're doing estimations, you're doing things wrong, personally. Face-to-face really hurts when people are not co-located. I agree. Omnifitus. I think that's where asynchronous real devs communicate sending facts. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with estimations, is like nobody can give you a time because things will prop up that you do not know for. Yeah, I don't estimate. I refuse to estimate as well, as Shreya says. But like, and as a manager, I've argued so often against estimations, but business people don't like that. The thing is, I think, is it's a failing on this scoping. If you have to give an estimation, you failed on this scope of a ticket, or you failed on the size of a task. Because you should be able to understand that work should be done within a week, and you should be giving small enough tasks to build up to where you're going. And you don't look at you can look at an estimation from a business point of view of, okay, this is how we're moving. This is when I think we'll get there. But you can't expect engineers to know how long it's going to write code. So you start with like, here's the tasks, here's what we got to do. And then as you're working through it, you go, okay, we're progressing at this speed. If we keep going at this rate, I think we'll get there at this point. But instead they go, okay, well, how long will it take to get this thing built? Engineers don't know that, because sometimes you'll do something that takes 5 minutes. It's like, oh, actually, that was a lot easier than I thought it was, because I've looked at the code and there was enough kind of foundation in there that I could actually just build it. But yeah, this actually ties into this one. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Yeah, shit happens. You're right, Bastian. This one is the best, right? Because the amount of times of like you give yourself a pat on the back of, and working software I think is up for definition, but like we used to do product demos, and the demos I always advocated they should be for working software, stuff that's shipped. And like suddenly like, but other teams want to show what they've been working on. And so you would have demos where the UX design team showed their UX designs. I'm like, why are we showing this off? Like, it doesn't exist. It's just a design. Like, I know that they're happy and they want to show that the work they've been doing, but it doesn't exist. And those designs can easily change and have to change. And it made the whole thing kind of like very section. Like, your UX team should be working with your developers and they should only be showing these things off once it's working. So I agree with this one. Working software is primary measure of progress. I think working needs a bit of definition. What does working actually mean? For me, it's deployed to prod or deployed to a prod-like environment that should have a feature flag to enable. Okay, agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Showing the design as a way for people to provide the suggested changes. You are asking for people to change it. Agreed. As a designer, I absolutely hate having to plan UI before the actual code because everything changes. It does. You're absolutely right, Lake. Like, the amount of times that a designer's made an assumption and then brought it to the engineer and it's like, oh, we can't do that though. That's physically not possible, or something like that. Or that's not really the right paradigm to explain what we're doing. And then you iterate on it. Mr. Dreams, we agree on pretty much everything here. I can tell you why engineers have problems with this in software. Yeah, because Scrum is not agile, right? Scrum is 100% not agile. Scrum is about, the idea of Scrum is how to manage projects rather than not how to build software. The moment you open a 3SB task in Jira, it has 300 hours logged. Is it just me? Design sprints? Yeah. Tight and fast feedback loops. I agree. This one as well I love. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. So many people struggle with that. Like, I'm talking about business, not developers. Scrum Masters deserve to be unemployed. Scrum is the way, yeah, Scrum is the way for the business to manage a project, and it's not right, in my opinion. It sucks. Corporate Agile, I think, is another term used for it. Unfortunately, the problem is people hate Agile because of Scrum. Break free from corporate Agile. This one's a good article. I think I've read this one. Yeah, I've read this one. This is pretty good. Scrum is fake and shouldn't exist. Also, like, a lot of people think that Scrum is just 2-week waterfall, right? I think you could become a Scrum Master just from an online quiz back in the day. What I think we should do is poison the well of Scrum Masters. So what we should be doing is applying for jobs as Scrum Masters, but coming in from it from an engineering mindset. And what we can do is like pull the power back. Legma, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. Thank you. Yeah, if we all just start getting jobs as Scrum Masters and then kind of bring the business back, I think that's the way we have to solve this. Overtime and overhydrate. I'm so overtime. But somebody mentioned Agile and I got into it because I could whinge about Agile all day. Well, not Agile, but whinge about Scrum. We use the Scrum to end the Scrum. That's it. Fight fire with fire. I didn't confront you on the problem with software. What was the problem? Let me scroll up. I don't hate the idea of setting goals. Neither do I. But I absolutely hate the idea you're doing Scrum wrong. Yeah. The thing is, I could make a video, but I got so much I could say about the true Scrum has never been tried before, and you get the pigs and the chickens and stuff. F. I got Scrum cancelled. What if it gets me cancelled? Scrum keeps everyone with a deadline next week. Yep. Big Tech got me. Big Tech. Now, to be fair, I've never actually worked in one of the more recent Big Techs. So I don't know if they do things slightly different, but I know what Mid Tech does. Mid Tech. Wait, what happened? Did I die? Oh, drop frames. That's it. Did I time out? Let's see if anyone can see me. I can't even type. Oh, wait. That's because I'm on the wrong keyboard. Yeah, mostly dead, I think. No need to panic. Anyway, I'm calmed down. I'm not complaining about Big Tech anymore. Yeah, I had a bunch of drop frames. I'm still getting them, actually. I think it might be, maybe it's my Linux ISOs. Let me take a look at that. I'm just going to scale transmission down to 0. What are you going to say about the Agile video? Let's see if that's better. If not, then it's probably a good time to call it. Yeah, I think we're dropping. Network setup diff. Why do I need Linux ISOs? For entertainment. Blink twice if Big Scrum got you. I'm cooked. Alright, what we're going to do is we're actually going to find someone to raid. Because I'm well over time. Like, you got stuff to say about Scrum, but what prevents you from making a video about it? So, the reason I don't want to make a video about it is because it's not exactly going to be a positive video. And I want to make sure my videos are positive and there's learning. So I could maybe spin it in such a way. But, hey, oh, F4 is building and go. Raid moist. Next Saturday, probably like, I gotta get my video sorted tomorrow or today for tomorrow. So probably gonna be next Saturday. Keybind, it looks like Keybind is watching Prime though. They're watching Prime? That's like multi-inception. We'll do Alt F4. They're working on Go. I always rate them. See you on Discord, Lake. It would be very hard to keep the comments section civil. I mean, you just let that go, though, at some point. I'm going to snooze the ad break because we're going to raid. All right, everyone, let's raid Alt F4. Where's the Discord link? You should be able to get one if you do the Discord command. There you go. Thanks, everyone. Right, raid starting, I think. Yeah, let's go. All right, 10 seconds till the raid. Thank you, everyone, for watching today. It was a lot of fun. I got my portfolio up and running. So yeah, new video coming out tomorrow as well. We're going to talk about Craps Lock Key. I've got to go to do the actual thumbnail for it. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. See you next week.